Hi. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, both of them. Supposed to light up when you turn it on. Okay. Alright. So... Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, the game is not visible. Hello. Okay, it's not visible. Did I forget to set it up, or is OBS being silly? Stay tuned.
I heard it really briefly, funny enough.
Oh, so that means if I'm active on the game, that means you can hear it. That's cool.
I think so, yeah.
Cool. Oh, I wonder if Relix will be able to hear it then. This Friday.
Oh, maybe. I hope so.
Because I am using a newer version of Crossover.
Oh, congrats. Newer crossover. Hooray.
Don't congrats, because it's only a free trial. Otherwise, I need to figure out $50. And then I'm back to the older version I had.
Oh, no.
And that
Why
is
did
with
they
a
do
30% discount that the support team kindly provided me because I missed the 50% off time window for renewal. Because
Aw.
I didn't have the 34, so.
Pats?
Anyways, that aside.
Yeah.
Steins game.
Oh, yeah, I can definitely hear it. Oh, my goodness.
It's a little
That's
loud.
okay.
A little loud
It's
in my
okay.
ears.
I'll sound adjust on my end.
You sound good to me, actually.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Full screen? Full screen. There we go. The
Uh,
screen went black for a second and concerned me. There you go. Oh, nice and food. You learn very and now you're going to use it. I see, I see. I will call you out. Anyways.
Well, because I say daijoubu a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Yeah, but then you learned totemo, so now you said totemo daijoubu.
now I can modify it.
Zanzen daijoubu janai.
Hi, daijoubu.
I was just saying it's very... But okay.
No, I know.
Okay, anyways, Japanese aside, hello everyone, welcome on in. It's been a while since we've done Steins Gate, Linear Bounded Phenogram, but
Yeah.
now that YouTube is slowly catching up, we need to finish this.
Yes.
This
It's
world line
time.
starts with 337, so it's definitely going to be goofy. Like, there's going to be some sort of goofiness, because Okabe here with 337, Dr. Jekyll on the line, we had Opalka Man. And then with Suzuha, also 337, 337, we had 3 Suzuhas. So there's gonna definitely be some kind of goofiness here.
Something will be up. Interesting that it's called Lunar Bifrost.
Yeah,
Curious about that.
I guess we'll find out sooner than later, right?
Yeah.
Are you ready to read as an actual child?
Actual child time. Yes.
You also get to narrate because it's actual child perspective.
Truly just, I'm baby.
POV, you're an actual child.
No, I was not funny. God damn it.
Because it was a joke, that's why.
Sighs heavily. Yeah, it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
It's nighttime too. I don't know what's going on.
It's okay.
Yes.
Everyone applaud Peachy's sound quality, by the way.
Yes, it is courtesy to dearest Sakyu lending me a mic.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. Oh, yeah, welcome in, Barry. I don't think I said that. I didn't welcome in Spooky, but eh.
Oh yes. Hello. Hello friends.
Spooky
Thank you
is a
for
side
coming to
note.
stream.
Yes, welcome in, everyone. Wee. Oh. I accidentally clicked on the managed prediction and I forgot what the last one was, and it was about Genshin and which one was going to open sooner. The GeForce Now queue or the crossover download.
Oh my god.
Good times. Anyways. Start the scenario? Okay. Lunar Bifrost.
By
Bye.
No. Pew. I'm trying to read the...
2年前のあの夏、
That summer 2 years ago,
私は当事者になれなかった。
I couldn't get involved. Back then, I was still a child.
Spoiler alert, Nai.
POV, you're literally a child. I didn't realize what was happening to the people around me.
Oh, wait, is Nai not gonna be an actual child? We'll see.
I don't know, we'll see. I was the only one living a normal life back then.
That is very debatable, Naya.
Yeah. And by the time I realized that, nobody was left.
Oh dear.
My dad is gone. He died and left me alone. I haven't seen the college guy, the high school girl, or anyone else from the second floor of Dad's building since that summer.
I wonder why.
Everyone close to me vanished all at once. The only thing I knew was that something had happened.
Very good deductive skills, Naya.
Goodness. But I didn't know what.
またここに来ちゃった。
I'm here again. It's like Dad's building has been frozen in time for the past 2 years. The closed shutters haven't been opened once the entire time. I'm sure everything in the shop is covered in dust, which wouldn't be much of a change from the way things used to be. There might be spiderwebs everywhere now, though. I get shivers just imagining the spiders.
I'm getting a little too close to your mic.
I am? Okay.
Yeah.
Is this good?
Yeah.
I just noticed the receiver was like, it's yellow.
And it was just sounding like you're getting really, really close to eating the mic, so
Nom 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 nom.
don't do that. That's expensive.
Okay. Okay. I can handle cockroaches better than spiders, but hairy caterpillars are the worst.
I don't like any of those things. As long as they're close to me anyway. If they're far, whatever, but if they're close to me, no thank you.
Your tolerance for bugs depends on proximity.
Yes.
Thoughts? I don't really have anything to do here. I don't intend to go inside, and it's not like I'm waiting for someone. But I end up handing here after school about once a month. I look around. The shops along the Akihabara's main street, Chuodori, change all the time. But over here, I feel like nothing's changed since 2 years ago.
2 years, or this is what we're working with. Okay, so you're still a child.
Yeah. So would she be like
10.
13?
Wasn't she
I don't
like,
remember how old she was.
wasn't she like 8?
Or was she 8? Oh, okay, maybe.
Let me tap
Sure.
out of the game and find out. It's gonna bug me. Oh, I hope I
Oh,
didn't break the
okay.
game. We'll find out if I broke the game. Stay tuned.
Oh gosh.
Helps if I add Steins Gate. Google isn't gonna know talking about Steins Gate now. Okay, so she's introduced as an 11-year-old girl. So she would be 13. Look at you, be right. Now let's...
Oh wow, I was right.
Game, are you okay?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, cool. You read that right?
I think so. I'll do it again just to be safe.
Yeah.
There aren't many people. Most of the buildings are multi-tenant types. No. She's still baby. There. I notice and start staring. At the roof of the multi-tenant building diagonally across from here. There I see a man wearing a black suit, smoking a cigarette, and looking bored. I just call them agents. After Dad died, and after all the lab mems stopped showing up, they started appearing around this building. They're not always the same people. In fact, they seem like different people every time. At first I didn't pay much attention to them. But every time I came here, I was sure to notice a person in a black suit somewhere within view. They might be watching Dad's building. Even though nobody goes in or out of it now. Those agents. They're waiting for someone. I wonder if they know. The reason why my dad suddenly took his own life. And the reason why the lab mems stopped coming here. I always think about asking them. But just imagining it makes my heart race, and I get too scared. Once again, I leave that place as though I'm fleeing. That reminds me, that summer 2 years ago, a girl came to Dad's shop to work part-time, and she said something strange. A time machine. A dreamlike machine that lets one travel to the past or future. Miyoshi, my class's name for our middle school math teacher, says that it's totally impossible to build one. But if a machine like that really existed, I'd go back to that summer. Dots. Go back to that summer and what? Do I want to get involved? Do I just not want to be left alone?
わかんないよ。
I don't know. I turn off my alarm clock and get out of bed.
Little plushie on the desk.
Yeah. It's 7 a.m. I'm pretty good at getting up on my own. Spooky, you're close. I believe that was from Vivaldi's Four Seasons, Spring.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But it was like only those like 5 notes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when Dad was around, I'd get up by myself, make breakfast by myself, and take out the trash. The neighbors would always say what a responsible child I was. I'm still a little sleepy, but I quickly take off my pajamas and put on my uniform. My middle school uses a pretty plain sailor-style uniform. It's not very cute. But I don't have very good fashion sense, so uniforms are actually helpful for me. I learned that after entering middle school. I wash my face in the bathroom, then go to the living room.
Yeah, Nai.
No. Morning.
おはようございます。
Oh, good morning. Having made his morning preparations, Uncle Yukitaka was drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. There's breakfast for 4 laid out on the table. Today it's ham, stir-fried bok choy, and tomato salad.
なえちゃん、今パン焼くから座ってて。
Oh,
Oh,
who's
indeed.
reading Aunt Chikane?
I don't even know who Aunt Chikane is. That's a whole new character there. I'll read us here though because you're doing all the legwork with Nae.
Okay, sure.
I'll make you some toast, Nae-chan. Take a seat.
I hear Aunt Chikane's voice from the kitchen, where she's wearing an apron and working. I sit down and pour some milk into my cup. It's been almost 2 years since the Akiha family took me in. After Dad passed away, I didn't have a single relative. I was worried about what I'd do, but Rumiho suggested this right away.
Very good, Ferris.
Yes. Uncle Yukitaka knew about me because my dad was familiar with the people in the Akihabara shopping district. Not only are they letting me stay with them free of charge, but they're paying my tuition as well.
You're literally 13. Why would they not let you stay free of charge?
Right?
You're an actual
You don't have a job.
Gosh.
They really are kind people.
お姉ちゃんは
Where's Rumiho?
Off doing hot girl shit or something.
まだ寝ているんじゃないかな。
Probably still
昨日
sleeping.
も遅かったみ
It
たい
seems
だ
she
から
stayed up
ね。
late again yesterday.
最近朝起きてこないね
I hardly ever see her in the morning lately.
ベンチャー企業の社長さ
You're
ん
the
は
president of a
忙しい
venture
みたいだ
company
よ。
who's always busy.
Rumiho started her own company when she graduated high school this spring. It's a small company with only 3 employees, but she's the president nonetheless.
Right. Because May Queen Yan Yan doesn't exist when Ferris's dad is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
大丈夫かな
Is she doing okay?
ルミホには黒木もつい
Kuroki's
ている
looking
から
after
心配はいら
her,
ない
so
よ。
there's no need to worry.
あの子は
She's
ああ見
very
えてしっ
responsible,
かりした子だ
despite
し
all
ね。
appearances.
そっか
You know, she's a peak cat girl, but she's super responsible. Okay. When I'm about halfway through my salad, Aunt Chikane brings me my toast. After spreading my favorite strawberry jam onto it, I take a bite.
それより
More
ない
importantly,
テスト
Nai,
勉強は
how's
大丈
your
夫なの
studying
かい
going?
もうすぐ
Your
な
tests are
の
coming up soon, aren't they?
予習はバッチリしてあ
Yeah,
るし
but I'm not prepared. You may not know it by looking at me. I'm pretty smart. I was in the top 10 of my grade for the spring exams.
朝練は今もやって
Like
い
it's
る
still
のか
doing
な。
morning practice.
テスト前だからなし
We're taking a break since our tests are so close. I'm a member of the badminton team. I'm just okay. Why did I choose badminton? I just sort of felt like it. Girl. I always have morning practice, so I wake up 30 minutes early. So today, I actually slept in.
そんなに急がなくてもい
You
いの
don't have
に
to rush.
Oops. I had gobbled down my toast through force of happiness. That's so cute.
朝練ないって話してたばっかりなのにね
And I'm also sitting here like, man, I love toast with jam on it. Like, same, nice, same. And I was just talking about not having morning practice. When I laugh, Uncle Yukitaka and Aunt Chikane smile gently. I'm doing so well because of the Akiha family.
行ってきまーす
I'll be off. In the end, I leave the house without seeing Rumiho. My school is near Nakaoka Chimachi Station. It's about a 30-minute walk. I could ride a bike to school, but I chose to walk instead. In part because I don't want the Akiha family to have to buy me a bicycle.
Trust me, they have plenty of money to get you a bicycle.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, you
Aw.
should be more worried about how much they spend on the bike because they don't understand how much worth and stuff with money.
Yeah. Besides that, I like walking. Dots. As I walk, I think of how things were 2 years ago. Back when I was in elementary school, I'd walk along this road to go to visit Dad's building. At the time, my dad and I actually lived in Okachimachi. Now that I think about it, I wonder what happened to that house. It was pretty worn down and seemed like it could collapse at any moment. It was put up for sale, but I doubt anyone would want to live there.
朝からテンション
It's too
落ち
early
て
to
きた
be this gloomy. And I felt so cheerful when I left home. When I'm alone, my thoughts have a bad habit of drifting into the past. I'm almost at the place where I meet up with my classmate, Mako-chan. We're both on the badminton team, and she's probably my closest friend at school. That's why we always walk together in the morning. Phew. I slap my cheeks with my hands. I'm okay. There are people who greet me every morning. I'm doing well in both studies and sports. I have friends at school. If I continue living like this, I'm sure I'll end up happy. I'm sure I'll forget that summer someday. Someday.
Probably not.
With tests approaching, there are no club activities this week. Receiving mail.
Already home? Hey, Jim. Did you go home already? I thought we could go together. Oh.
Oh!
Preview event tickets. Great news. I got preview tickets for the next month's Rainet Kakadu movie, yeah? You're interested, Nai? Let's see.
She yells in her texts too.
Of course she does. We also yell at our texts.
Uh-huh.
You want to read it? Because this is from Nai.
Oh, all right. So it's for the anime, not Access Battlers? When's the next AB National Tournament starting? I want to watch you win the championship again.
This one.
I want to go. Let's go together.
Which response do I like better is the question.
I don't know. I want to go.
Okay, yeah. Then let's on that way.
Yay. I did read this already.
Yeah, my brain just is like, oh yeah.
It's okay. I could go home as soon as school ends, but since the only thing to do is study, I want to take a little detour. So I decide to go to my secret place for the first time in a while. First, I buy a strawberry juice at the juice stand in front of Yodobashi and drink it on the spot. You could say it's like a ritual. If I drink strawberry juice here, the day always goes well. Aw. My allowance is limited, so I can only do it about once a week. Then I go down Showa Street, heading to...
Out of curiosity, when you were a kid, did you get allowance?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not very much, but I got allowance.
I mean, you got one at all. That was kind of the main question. Because
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you can imagine, as a kid, I didn't. Just,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Nai-chan gamer girl moment. An arcade. It's not pretty or clean like any of the places along Chuodori. But I like this old rundown arcade. It's dimly lit, kind of stuffy, and the customers are mostly adult men. There isn't a single crayon game or anything else that couples would find cute. But I like that it's dark. Nobody notices a middle school girl like me playing games here. My secret pleasure is coming here once a week and playing one game. I want to come here more often, but with practice and stuff, I can barely even do that. I always play fighting games.
Fair.
Oh my goodness, she's so real for this. That's a game where you select a character to control, then have a one-on-one battle. Isn't I just like obsessed with Street Fighter? You usually fight against the computer, but other people can challenge you too. You can keep playing as long as you don't lose. That's pretty nice for me, given how limited my allowance is. All the good fighting game players gather at the big arcades along the Chuodori. I sometimes go to those, but this is my home field, and I don't plan on changing that. Now then, which one should I play today? Maybe I'll go with the usual Golden Wolf Fighter 4.
Fictional, the fourth entry in the 2D fighting game series released in 2010. I'm sure we can guess which one that is.
So I was right. Oh, but there's a new Blaze Black game out now too. Freaking Blaze Blue, okay.
A 2D fighting game series, 4 entries have made their ways to arcades, and it even has console ports. Its characters and worlds are popular with players in their teens and 20s, and its many difficult gameplay systems are big with hardcore fighting game fans.
I'll play this today.
What, no Guilty Gear?
Right. I insert 100 yen and start the game. After playing with a new character for a while, someone challenges me. In a fighting game, your opponent is on the opposite machine, so you can't see their face. I like this about fighting games. The only measure of your opponent is their strength. Here, I'm not just a child. They're pretty tough. I get focused when I fight strong opponents. I really like this feeling. I lost the first round. How frustrating. And I drink my strawberry juice today too. It's probably because I'm using a new character. It'll take some time before I learn their quirks and tricks. There's a little downtime in between rounds. I stretch out to relieve some of my tension. When 2 men on the edge of my vision catch my eye. Why didn't I notice them? They're sitting on chairs in front of arcade cabinets, talking and not playing games. This isn't a McDee's. She's so judgy. I love it. If you sit there, people can't play games. On top of that, the fat one is holding a fast food burger and a drink. How annoying. I'm not a very pushy person. So even if I wanted to play a game, if some bad-mannered people were sitting in the seats like that, I probably wouldn't be able to say anything. I'd just give up and leave. You're adults, try to act like it. I say, only in my head. Round 2 begins. This is bad. If I don't focus, I'll lose again. The fat one of the pair finishes eating his hamburger and stands up. Why am I more curious about them than the game? I don't know. Are they wearing black suits?
I'll keep my mouth shut for now.
Okay. Is it Okabe and Daru?
That's my thought, because fat one, there's only so many fat people in Japan. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah. Usually I don't care in the slightest about other customers.
じゃあ資
Yup.
金の方は
Yup.
何かついたら連絡
Yup.
よろ
I know that voice.
Yeah. Anyway, let me know when you have an idea about the funding.
I accidentally hit the stick. That results in a short, unsafe jump. So naturally, I'm knocked down by an anti-air attack, which leads into a combo. I panic for a moment. I try to calm my nerves, but in my confusion, I mistime my sweep and get rushed down. I'm not quite KO'd yet, but I give up on turning this around. Aw. I raise my eyes from the screen and look for the fat man. I notice a large frame leaving through the door. I need to follow him. It was intuition. It's bad manners to stand up in the middle of a battle. But I'll lose sight of him at this rate. So, I'm sorry. I could just make out his heavy voice over the noise of the games.
Wow, calling him fat nonstop, and now you're saying his voice is heavy too? Come on, Nae.
I don't know if she means Daru or the other player.
I'm pretty sure she means Daru, because trying to focus on him and where he's going.
That's true. I recognize that voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless it's just my imagination. It sounded like a voice I often heard during that summer 2 years ago. Where is he?
I swear I saw a thing about a notification. Okay, I'm just a little crazy, don't mind me.
A little Delulu as a treat.
Wrong game.
Exactly. Right series, though. Ha. I had already lost sight of the fat man. I know I saw him walking towards the station, though. I look around. He's really big, so I should be able to spot him fairly easily. Ah, found you! He was pretty far away.
You're not sure if Steins Gate is known for its lack of delusions, but there's no delusion triggers, so it's not a running gag.
That's true. Oh, wait! I start calling out to him, but... Oh, it would be embarrassing to shout around so many people, so I decide to just wave my hand vigorously. They spelled wave not the right way.
They got the spirit.
They're a little confused, but they got the spirit. However, no matter how much I wave at the fat man's back, he's not going to notice.
This is making me feel better whenever I mess up.
Yeah. I need to run after him. I hurry up under the railway and finally... Whoa, that did not happen. I hurry under the railway and finally catch up in front of UPXP. Okay. The fat man still hasn't noticed me, and he's just strolling along. I gather up my courage and say something. Oh, yes. I like how his hat is kind of like the GameCube logo, but it's like a question mark.
Yeah, I like that he's not wearing a greenish shirt.
Valid. The fat man turns to face me. Our eyes meet. I knew it! I recognize that face! There's no mistake. He was a college student who frequented the second floor of Dad's building 2 years ago. His name was... Taku? Duck. Was that it? I'm not sure.
Oh no.
He's more of a pig than a duck.
Stop with your fat phobia, Naya. Jesus fucking Christ. I know you're 13, but come on. Ah, shit. Fat duck. Naya.
Oh no! The moment he recognizes me, Duck-san runs away at full speed. Duck-san is so cute! That's a cute nickname. Ah. His massive body rocks back and forth as he waddles into the distance. Like a round duck. I like Duck-san. Huh? I'm shocked that he bolted like that. I didn't think he'd try to run away. Oh, wait! Duck-san! I don't have time to be concerned with people around me now, so I shout to him. But Duck wouldn't stop. I rush after him. I'd never normally do something like this. To think Duck would run to the main street. Please, wait! You don't remember me? Pedestrians on the sidewalk stare at me, wondering what's going on as I chase after the fleeing duck. Fortunately, Duck isn't a very fast runner. He's gasping for breath, bumping into basically everyone as he passes by. I'll catch him easily at this rate. Seemingly out of stamina, Duck finally comes to a complete halt. He slumps over and puts his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Upon catching up to him, I notice everyone looking at us. Yeah, I wonder why. We're in the middle of Akihabara. Quack, excellent. I'm a middle school girl chasing after a panting fat adult. I wonder what everyone around us thinks about this situation.
Thank you for your contribution to the challenge, Spooky.
Oh yes, allow me. There we go.
Nice.
Couldn't he have stopped somewhere with fewer people?
I don't think he has much control about his stamina there.
Yeah. That kind of annoys me, but I can't just stand here saying nothing forever. Duck-san? Why did you run?
Huh? Who? Who are you? Oh shit, here they come. They're gonna catch me.
Taking a closer look, Duck's gaze isn't on me. It's directed behind me. I turn around to look. Ah. The agents. It's summertime, yet 3 men in hot-looking black suits are wedging their way through the crowd toward us. I have no idea if they work with the ones I always see around Dad's building. But... Are you being chased?
Can't run anymore.
Duck is covered in sweat, looking like he could collapse to the ground at any moment. The agents are getting really close now. This feels like it came straight out of a manga. This way. I move without thinking. I grab Duck's hand and pull him into the nearby parts shop. We weave through the narrow aisles and climb to the second floor.
Gay rights. Sorry, just the rainbow flag.
Oh! Wonderful.
Saturday Santa. The TVs are gay, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
Anyways.
Very good. A store employee who knew Duck recognized him and let us take shelter there for a while. After hiding for about 10 minutes, we try heading back to the first floor. I looked down the narrow aisles, checking to make sure there were no agents.
やり過ごせた
Where are they gone?
みたい。
Looks like it.
Phew, that was close.
安心したら喉
I'm
乾いて
relieved,
きた
but man, I could use a drink.
Upon saying this, Duck starts walking off on his own. Wait. He's leaving. He's going to disappear. I feel like if we separate here, I'll never see him again. Someone, please, give me courage.
待ってください、ダックおじさん。
Wait, please, Duck. I make up my mind to stop him.
いや、つう
No,
か
I've
ダックおじ
been
さんって
meaning to
誰
ask.
僕
Who's
の
Duck?
こと
Do you
そ
mean
んな風
me?
に呼ばれたのは
Nobody's ever
初
called
め
me
てなわ
that
けだ
before.
が。あと、
And who are you?
誰
A middle school girl hitting on
リ
me?
アル JC
This
に
is
逆ナンされ
definitely
る
some
と
sort
か
of trap.
絶対な
Or
んか
wait,
の罠
don't
っし
tell
ょ
me. I bet you're
仕
trying
事
to
が
sell
見
me
つけられる
some
んですね。わ
art
かり
or a
ます
vase or something.
I glare sharply at Duck.
私は天王寺ないです。
A Tenoji. Tenoji Nai.
は
Yeah.
おお
Oh,
ないち
Nai
ゃんし
Chanchi.
It seems like he finally remembered. Duck rapidly blinks his. I thought it said flashy. I'm gonna just skip some of the adjectives we're using here. Duck rapidly blinks his eyes.
Fleshy eyes. It
Yeah.
says fleshy eyes. Don't shy away from the language. Read it.
It's weird. Okay, fine.
So what?
Duck rapidly
Commit.
blinks his fleshy eyes.
Even if it said flashy instead, it's still weird. But you know.
Yeah.
ほいこれ
Here.
は助けてくれ
This
た
is
わ
for
ね
helping me.
No. Without even asking, Duck buys a drink from the vending machine and hands it to me. It's a 0-calorie cola.
Oh yeah, that's what you bought earlier today from a vending machine.
Oh yeah.
Understood, ma'am. When we have a movie date on that day, then we'll have a movie date on that day. I can read. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yay! It's been a while since we went out together. I'm excited too. The subject is yay.
Yeah.
So cute.
Very good. Oopos.
Yes.
Oh, actually, while I'm in here,
Oh. Oh. Oh my god, there's a Santa wallpaper.
yeah, I recognize Seda after Awakening too. But there's also
Yeah.
Fess.
Oh my god, Fez.
We know who Fess is now. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Ghetto
Yeah.
Froggies.
Ghetto froggies. Huh.
Okay, yeah, they're sisters. You might know about
Oh.
her more later.
Okay. She's very Orpal. Fez too.
That's cool.
Mhm.
Ghetto Froggy definitely hits different now. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's definitely gonna keep the Oopas, but
Okay. But which Upa? Oh,
Cute.
no.
It'd be weird if that was her thing, though.
A little bit.
Me queen yan yan.
Yan yan.
Space froggies. Space froggies.
Oh, good. Space Froggy good.
Oompa.
So cute.
This little guy.
Just a little guy.
No, all
Oh.
of them.
Aw. Oh, Ipikurisu.
Wumi Queen doesn't exist here, doesn't it? Yeah, don't worry about it.
The meow meow.
Caesar, huh?
No. Cute.
Baby.
Baby. The baby ever.
Yes. Generic ass wallpapers.
That's funny.
But yeah. Burning. Good fuck.
Oh my.
The fatty. Good fucky.
He's so round, as frogs should be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well I'm gonna keep it as this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All the oopa. Anyways.
But I don't even like soda. Oh. You could have asked me what I wanted before buying it.
There's a man that's asking for too much now, unfortunately.
No thoughts, just ducks on. But it would be rude to refuse now, so I have no choice but to accept it.
ありがとうございます。抱っこおじさん。
Thank you, Dakkochi-san.
ダックおじさんって呼ぶのや
Enough
めて
with
ほし
the
いけん。
duck.
呼び方
Call
は
me
イ
Itaru
タルお兄ちゃんって
Oni-chan.
頼む。また
That
は
or
ダ
Daru the Super Hacker.
As he says this, Duck buys another 0-calorie cola.
Uh-huh.
激
Ah,
しい
there's no better
運動の
drink
後
than
のコー
cola
ラはうま
after
す
an
ぎだろ
intense
チョコ
workout.
異
Some
論
people
は
drink
認めない
water, shaking my damn head. Just gonna drink my Red Bull.
Oi.
いやー、それに
But
しても
man,
2年ぶ
to
り
think
に
I'd
来
be
た
saved
秋
by
葉
a
で
middle
JC
school
に助
girl
けられた
after
だ
2
けじゃな
years
く、
away from
その
Akiba,
JC が成
and
長
that
した
girl's a
ナエちゃ
grown-up
んしとっ
Nae
か。
Chanchi.
エロゲだった
This
ら
would be a
完全に
major
フラグ
flag
じゃ
in
ね
an eroge.
God damn it, Daru.
Don't talk about your eroges with minors. Come on.
Yeah. Keep it classy, jeez.
Like at least 17 plus, you know?
Yeah.
ガチで運命感じちゃってるわけ
I
だが。
legit feel like this is
ここ
fate.
から僕と
Her
姉ちゃん
days
と
of
の
love and
愛と冒
adventure
険
start
の日々が始
here.
まるんだお。
Guaranteed to
映画
be a
が決
box
定。
office hit. Dude, you're... No, please. Like, I don't remember if he was 18 or 19 or hell even 20, but like, that means that old is 22, you know?
Welcome back, Daru. Now, please die a little bit.
Yes.
So true.
Great.
Dots. Fair.
あ、いや、
Oh,
じゃあ、
actually,
イタルお兄ちゃん
you
じゃ
don't
な
have
くて
to
もいい
call
っす。
me Itaru
イタル
Oni-chan.
さんとかでいい
Itaru
っ
sounds
す。
just fine.
Longer dots.
なえちゃんし
Nae-chanshi,
目が怖い
your
わ
eyes
け
are
だが
scary right now. Good.
もちろん
Of course.
JC の
I'm
日
kinda
や
into
と
cold
普通のも
gazes from
それ
middle
はそ
school
れであ
girls,
りなんだ
but this is
け
for
ど
keeping me out.
Ah, now I remember. I was thinking about it the whole time. This guy's name.
He told you.
His nickname is Daru. The lab mims called him that. His family name is Hashida. That's what my dad called him. Seeing how he just asked me to call him Itaru Oni-chan, his full name must be Itaru Hashida. Ah, that's a relief.
コーラ飲まないん
Don't you want your
カロ
cola?
リーゼ
It's
ロ
zero
だから
calories,
ダイエット
so you
中で
can
も
drink
安
it
心
even
なの
if
だ
you're
ぜ
on a diet.
じさん、教えても
Uncle
らえま
Daru,
すか？
could you tell me something?
No.
え
Huh?
何よ
And tell you what?
2年前の夏、何があっ
What
たの
happened
か。
that summer 2 years ago? When I spotted Daru in the arcade and had to chase him down, I didn't even think of asking him that. But now that I've calmed down, I see that his appearance and speech really haven't changed since 2 years ago.
He's wearing a gray shirt, not a green one. Come on, Naya.
It's as though time suddenly rewound to that summer. I couldn't help but ask.
どうしてみんな、急にいなくなっちゃったんですか？
Why did everyone suddenly disappear?
There is a time, because it's like, he always tries his best, but his best is not always great. Yep.
Yeah.
He's a silly, not so little guy.
Indeed.
もう、ラボメンは集まらないんですか？
Are the lab mems not meeting up anymore?
Yeah, that sound.
Yeah. Daru's carefree expression suddenly changes. He seems sad somehow.
もう
No,
集まら
not
ないよ
anymore.
Huh?
未来ガジェット
The
研
future
究
gadget
所は
laboratory
空中
broke
分
up
解し
in
たっつう
midair,
か
so to speak.
みんな
We're
バ
all
ラバラ
scattered
だし
around.
Oh.
ちなみに僕は
By
去
the
年
way,
1年間ずっと
I was in Switzerland for the
なんとスイス
past
にい
year.
たのだ
I'm
ぜ
a super hacker who
世界を
travels
渡
around
り
the
か
world
けるス
now.
ーパーハッカーだお
That's
キリ
cool. Good
That
for
is
you,
cool.
buddy.
スイス、
Switzerland.
旅行ですか？
Was it a vacation?
まあそんなもん
Basically.
オカリンや
I
マ
was
キ
with
セシと一
Okarine
緒
and
にね
Makiseshi. Oh?
オカリンおじさんと
Uncle
クリスお
Okarin
姉ちゃん
and Kurisu?
3人で
Only the 3 of you?
So
Yep.
Only 3 of them.
Hey, wait a minute. Yeah? Are you finally connecting the dots, buddy?
Hearing his answer gives me a tight feeling deep in my chest. It's painful.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't mention her name.
Mm-hmm.
Mayuri.
Yep.
She was the one I liked most out of all the lab mems. She would always hug me with a kind smile on her face. Like a mother. She spent all her time with Uncle Okarin. But they didn't go to Switzerland together.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what I could say.
Boops you. I think I already vaguely knew. Mayuri had passed away. And it happened at Dad's building. Back then, I was so upset over my dad's death that I had no idea what had happened to Mayuri. There was no way I could have attended her funeral like that. But talking to Rumiho and Luca at the Yanabayashi shrine, I somehow knew. Mayuri isn't around anymore. Daru's story just now only confirms it.
どうして外国に行ってたんですか？
Why did you go overseas?
拉致されてたん
We
だ
were
お
taken captive. I see what's happened.
Huh? Captive?
悪い奴らに捕
We
ま
were
ってさ
captured by some bad
1年半
people
くらいは
and
幽
locked
閉され
away
てた か
for
な
about a year and a
で
half.
僕とオカリ
Okarine
ン
and
は
I
命
barely
からがら
escaped
脱
with
出
our
して
lives
こうして
and
日本
managed
に
to
戻って
make
き
our
てる
way
っつうわ
back to
け
Japan. So that means Kurisu is still there, huh?
そうなんだ。
I see. Wait, is that supposed to be a joke?
I don't think so, Naya, sweetie.
Dadu's expression hasn't changed at all. Is this real or a lie? I don't know. It's a real pain. If only I could use Rumiho's treasure whatever right now. No matter how much I grow, I'm still a child. I can't even tell if an adult is telling the truth or not. It's frustrating. So I got a little mad.
私のお父さんが死んだ理由を
Do
知
you
りま
know
せん
why
か？
my dad died?
What?
Dadu got startled just now. Even I could see that.
何か知ってるんですか？
Do you know something?
教えてください。
Please tell me. I look him straight in the eyes and ask.
それはさ、
That's,
僕も
even I don't
詳し
really
くは
know
わからな
the
いんだよね。
details.
それにさ、あれ
Besides,
からもう2年
hasn't
経
it
ってる
been
わ
2
けじゃん。
years?
今
It
更
doesn't
何言
feel
ったっ
right
て
to dredge
なん
up
とかに
old
口な
memories
し
after
つか
all
なん
this
つうか。
time.
またそれなんだ。
That line again. Rumiho was the same.
私が聞いても誰も教えてくれない。
No matter who I ask, nobody will tell me.
Have you tried asking Okabe?
私が子供だから？
Is it because I'm a kid?
Probably, but
2年前の当事者じゃないから？
Because I wasn't involved in what happened 2 years ago?
I mean, the other option is you would have actually known exactly what happened, but that's not a good option, so...
Yeah.
My bad.
何にせよ。
But
な
I
えちゃん
don't
氏は
think you should
僕ら
get
とは
any
もう
more
関わり合いに
involved
ならない
with
方がい
us,
いと思われ。
Nae-chan-shi.
じゃ、
Later.
Daru throws his empty cola can into the trash and walks off alone. Naturally, I follow him.
Of course.
秋葉原にはずっといるんですか？
Are you back in Akihabara for good?
いや、
Nah.
いるとしても
I'll probably be
来
gone
週
by
ぐらい
next
まで
week.
だお。
Next week? Sounds like they don't intend to stay here like they did 2 years ago.
どうして今になって秋葉原に戻ってきたんですか？
Why did you return to Akihabara now, after all this time?
ちょっと用事
I
があ
had
る
some
んだお。
business to take care of.
おかりんおじさんは？
What about Okarin?
来てないよ。
He didn't come.
これからどこに？
Where are you going?
あ、ラ
The
ボ。
lab.
ラボ。
The lab. The place that the lab mems called home. There's no question.
あのビル行くの？
Are you going to the building?
これ、
It
他
would
の人に
really
は内
help
緒に
if
し
you
といて
kept
もらえる
this
と
a
助か
secret
るわけ
from
だ
everyone
が。
else.
鍵かかってるよ。
It's locked, you know.
なえちゃん氏、
Do you have a
鍵持ってた
key,
りする？
Nae-chan-shi?
持ってるけど。
I do, but...
マジ？
Luca. Cookies.
Cookies.
Hi, Nae-chan. You said you wanted to make cookies yourself last time we met, right? Let's find some time when summer break starts to make them together. You'd be a big help if you could ask Rumiho-chan what date works for her. I hate that it does that. Though I do understand better from our Japanese class why it's like that.
Yeah.
So, it's still hard to read. But let's see what the first response option is.
No. Subject: home-baked cookies. The cookies you baked before were super good. I want to be as good at baking and making sweets as you are. My summer break starts on the 21st. I'll ask Rumiho about her plans.
Which option do you like better?
I think the second one, because that's like answering Luca's question.
Yeah.
I want to make cookies with Luca.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Yes.
Seriously.
It seems Daru asked that question as a joke. He's surprised by my answer.
お父さんが死んでから一応
Ever since my dad
私がオ
died,
ーナーっていうこと
I'm the
に
owner.
なってるから
Oh. In name only, though. Daru turns to face me.
ちなみにさ
By the way,
42型
is
の
that
ブラウン管
42-inch
テレビって
CRT
今
TV
も
still
置きっぱ
there? Oh.
42型
42-inch. That was the biggest CRT at the store.
多分置きっぱなしです
Probably
お
still
父さん
there.
が死んでから
I haven't taken
Nani
anything
mochidashite
out ever
nai shi.
since Dad died. I couldn't bear to get rid of the TVs in the store without Dad's approval.
来た来た
Oh, hell yeah.
Daru comes to some sort of agreement with himself and nods.
ナイちゃんし
Nai-chan-chi,
お店の鍵
could you lend me the
ちょっとだ
key
け
to the
貸してく
store
ん
for
な
a
い
while?
Uh.
ダメ
Is that a no?
あそこで
What are you
何をす
planning
るつもりなん
to
です
do
か
there?
それは
That's kinda...
何も教えずに鍵を借りようなんて
You want to borrow the key without telling me anything?
そんなの
That's a little much, don't you think?
良すぎると
I gather my courage and express my concerns to his face.
うーん
But...
おか
Well,
り
could
に
you
は
said not
誰
to
に
tell
も言うなって
anyone?
言われてるんだけど ナイちゃんし
Can you
秘
keep a
密
secret?
守れ
Or are you
る
tight-lipped?
口は硬い方
大丈夫です
You can trust me. I won't mention that Susaha once told me I have a bad habit of carelessly spilling secrets. But that was 2 years ago. I'm a middle schooler now. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm not gonna say anything.
これ誰にも言わない
Don't tell the
って
study
こと
one.
でよろ
Seriously,
ガチなん実はさ
the truth is,
過去にメ
I'm
ー
sending
ル
a
を送るんだ
message to the past.
冗談はやめてください私は
Please
真
don't
面
joke
目に話
around.
してるの
I'm being
に
serious here.
ガチだっつ
This is
の
legit.
だって過去にメールを
If
送
you
るなん
want
て
to make me
そん
believe
な
you,
の
don't tell me you're sending messages to the... As I'm saying this, I remember. Two years ago, I went to Dad's store to play. I could hear Okarin and the others' voices coming out of the second-story window. I know I clearly heard the words.
タイムマシン
Time machine.
Exactly その通り
Exactly.
でございます
That's right.
2年前
Exactly.
僕らはそれを
2 years
発明した
ago,
んだ
we invented one.
For some reason, I feel like he isn't lying.
I bet you money, Nai, that the reason is because he isn't lying.
Yeah. After all, if that was true, the reason why Mayuri died,
It's very connected.
yeah, why the lab members disappeared,
Yep.
why Daru and others were captured and taken abroad. That explains it all.
You sure bet it does.
過去に
Are you really sending a message to the past?
僕らは D メール
We
って
call
呼ん
them
でるんだけど
D-mails.
さ
They have
ラ
to
ボ
be
か
sent
ら
from
じ
the
ゃないと
lab.
送れないんだよね。
タイムマシンがあそこに隠してあるんですか？
Is that where your time machine is hidden?
隠してあるっつうか
The
多分
rounders have
ラウンダー
probably
に回収
recovered
さ
it
れちゃった
already.
から
So
また作り直さな
we
くちゃ
need
い
to
けない
make a
わ
new
けだ
one.
が
Oh dear. Sometimes they add words, sometimes they leave words out.
Yep.
It is exciting. What are rounders?
どっちにしても
Either way,
僕はあのラボ
They
に
have to
行
go
か
to
な
the
くちゃ
lab.
ダメなんだよ。でないと
if not,
未来
there will be a
で
lot
都
of
合が悪くなるらしいん
inconveniences in
で
the future. Yeah,
That's an understatement. That's
だからこの通り
so there you have it.
貸してください。
Please
お願
lend
い
it
し
to
ま
me.
す
Please.
He bows his head. His voice is loud. People around us are looking again.
Inconvenience, nuclear holocaust. Tomato, tomato, you know, yeah.
Something like that.
I mean, a nuclear holocaust isn't inconvenience, let's be real.
Yes. On top of that,
そこの君たち
You there.
ゲゲ
Uh-huh.
police officer who was passing by took notice of us. To be fair, it does look really suspicious when Dadu and I are talking to each other.
I mean,
大丈夫
are you okay?
The police officer asks, ignoring Dadu to look me in the eye.
いや僕は
Wait,
別に
I'm
何
not
も怪し
suspicious
く
or
ないっつう
anything.
か
I'm not doing anything bad. It might be a lollipop when it comes to 2D girls, but I never take that into the 3D world, and
Oh my goodness, Dadu, stop talking. Sir. Yes.
like, I'm glad that you are like that, Naru, that you would never take it into the 3D world, but you don't say that in front of an officer.
Yeah.
ダルおじさん、それ自爆。
Thank you, Dai. Uncle Dadu, you're digging your own grave.
ぐねね
君たちはどうい
What sort
う
of
関係かな
relationship do the two of you have? I guess owner and tenant, not in the way you'd expect.
Yeah.
それは
No,
その
well,
Dadu looks my way, begging for help. I breathe a small sigh.
いとこです。
We're cousins. Sorry, did that pick up? I like bopped myself in the chin with the mic.
I did not hear that, fortunately.
Okay.
That is kind of funny that you did that.
It's, well, it's because, you know, I'm animated and I kind of gesture when I'm talking, especially if I'm holding something in my hand and I'm holding the mic. So I'm like, ah, yes, something to wiggle around while I talk. Ah, daijoubu?
Do be
Right.
careful with moving it around too much because it does change your volume.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. It's like, it's just like a little tiny bit, but it is enough to occasionally poop myself in the chin.
No, but like I do mean like if you like move it around too much, if you accidentally move it away from you, you're a little harder to hear. Like I've been noticing like some volume inconsistencies.
Ah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Try to keep it at a consistent distance away from you.
Okie dokie.
That way your volume is consistent.
Hi, hi. We're cousins.
Yeah, I know you said that.
Okay.
What?
いとこです。
We're cousins.
Next to doubt, says the officer.
でも今、
いや
おじさんっ
But you just
て
called him uncle. Cause he's an old man, don't worry about it.
そう呼んでるだけです。
I just call him that.
Sometimes they call him Duck.
あ、
That's right. We're cousins.
つうか
And
僕
don't you think it makes me sound old to call me uncle when I'm only 21? Seriously. Okay, so he was 19.
Oh yeah.
I agree, officer.
あ、そうですか。
Missy,
それは失礼しま
sorry
し
to
た。
bother you.
The police officer was still tilting his head a little in doubt, but leaves.
Yeah, that's fair.
Daru lets out a big sigh.
危ねえ
Phew, that was close. Too close. Yukita would murder me if I got arrested for something like that. As she should.
As she should. I'd never heard the name Yuki-tan before, but I didn't think to ask about her. We had more important things to do.
Right, we don't meet her until Steins Gate 0, and that comes out after this.
Yeah.
今日これで2回もダルおじさんのこと助けてあげたね。
Looks like I've saved you twice today, Uncle Daru.
ま
What?
ま
Well,
そうなる
that's
か
true,
も
kind of.
カムじゃないよ。助けたよ。
Not kind of. I did save you.
To be fair, the second time you were also kind of the reason why he was in trouble in the first place now, eh?
Yup.
It cancels out.
Yeah. I couldn't get involved 2 years ago. And because of that, I know nothing.
Isn't Yuki's debut during Dori's story in this game? I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
I don't think we saw her, though. Yeah, because she was in the room. I don't remember anymore. It's been too long. I think you're right,
Yeah.
though, Spooky, now that you're saying that. But I also think we didn't end up seeing her at all, too. Yeah. Anyways.
だから代わりに
So, in exchange, this might be my only chance to jump in.
私にもその D メールっていうのを送らせて。
Let me send an email too.
ちょ
Wait, well,
For just a moment, I wondered what I could do.
alter reality.
What kind of message do I want to send? And who do I want to send it to? The answer was immediate. I want to ask Dad. Why did you leave me all alone 2 years ago? But more than that, I wanted to get involved, to jump into what I couldn't get involved in 2 years ago.
Right. So she was
Oh, yeah.
visible, too. Damn.
Uncle Daru thought it over for about 30 minutes before finally accepting my request. I'm going to send a D-mail to the past. According to Daru, the results can be unpredictable. It could go well, causing a big change that affects everything from the past to the future, but it could also change nothing at all. Also, even if we changed the past, Daru and I wouldn't be able to sense the change, even though we sent the message. Apparently, only one person can perceive the changes to the world, and that's Uncle Okarin. I thought to myself, what's the point if you don't know you made a change? But I worried any complaints might make Uncle Daru change his mind, so I keep quiet.
つうか
Are
マジ
there
で
seriously
やりがい
security
言う
guards here?
あんまり頭出したら見つかっちゃうよ。
If you poke your head out too much, they'll see you. Daru and I are near my dad's building. We peek at it from a covered spot. It's only early evening, but there's barely anyone on the street. As far as I can tell, there's been no change to the building.
そこまで
How much free time do they have?
でもさっきダルおじさん追われてたし、
They were chasing you earlier.
あの人たちダルおじさんを見失った後こっち
They
に来
might
て
have
るか
come
もし
here
れ
after
ないよ。
losing sight of you. I quickly grabbed Daru's hand to pull him back into cover.
今いた。
I saw them!
マジ
Where?
お父さんのビルのハス向かいの雑居ビル。
In the multi-tenant building
Kasano-san,
diagonally
why
across from Dad's
空
building.
室になってるはずなんだけど、
The third floor should be empty, but I see shadows in the window once in a while.
今もそこにいた。
I saw them there now. Not just one, 3 of them.
黒服だ。
Agents.
どれどれ
Let's see.
Daru peeks out to check, looking where I told him to. He immediately pulls back.
Shit, they're really there.
またダルおじさんのこと
And I
私が助
saved
け
you
た
yet
ね。
again.
もしおじさんが一人であのビルに向かってたら
If you went to the building alone, you'd be captured by those agents already.
もしかして
Nae Chanji, do you have a crush on me? I feel like a middle school. Would it save me 3 times if she didn't?
If I was taller, I'd karate chop your head. Dots. Why does he always say such weird stuff? Does he ever take things seriously?
He does, it's just his coping mechanism. Let him live.
Yup. Though I guess Uncle Okarin was the same way.
Different kind of weirds, but yes.
他に中に入る方法はあるかな。
I mean,
隣
Okarin
の
was
ビ
a
ルから
Chuny, which is
飛び移
very
ると
special.
か。
Could there be another way in? Like jumping over from the building next door? Similar multi-tenant buildings stand to either side of Dad's building. There's so little space between them that people couldn't even walk through it.
そういえば
Now that you mention it. When I opened the lab's bathroom window, I could see the building behind us. Is that behind or in front? It's the building on Sosheibashi Street, about 2 doors down from the ramen shop.
そっちからならこっそり中に入
We
れるか
might
もし
be
れない
able
ね。
to sneak in from there. Once we're inside, we'll be fine. As long as we don't turn on lights or make loud noises, nobody outside would be able to tell that we were in there. I feel nervous, like I've become a spy. But I also feel excited at the same time. Or I did, but... Oh no!
Oh,
台無しだ。
There goes that idea. My eyes is the butt of a very fat man. It's hard to look at his plump legs kicking and circling and not think of a pig. Nai, you are so rude. The gap from the hall of the rear building to the lab window was only about 20 centimeters. By sheer luck, the lab bathroom window wasn't locked either. Daru immediately tried to squeeze from one window to the other, but...
太りすぎだよ、ダルおじさん。
You're too fat, Uncle Daru. His big belly and butt are stuck in the small window frame. I didn't think they'd try to go through a window, I will say.
But they said that the access would be through a window. I'm not asking for lifestyle opinions right now. On the out, tonight that the Nae-chan-shi. God damn it, Daru.
なんとかしてって言われても。
You say that, but... What am I supposed to do?
Push him.
Yeah. I don't want to touch him.
Push him with a stick.
Yes. But at this rate, the angels will find us. I guess I have no choice.
じゃあ押します。
Okay, I'll push you.
Oh boy.
Oh! Okay, compared to him, she is very tiny, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. I push on his butt with both hands. It feels like my hands are sinking into his butt. It gives me chills. He's like a big plushie. Be nice, Nai. My arms are covered in goosebumps. Oof.
いい感じだ。
That's great.
もっと
It's okay to push harder. Give it a good rub too.
たまにさせてくれたらなおよし。
Daru.
Now die a little bit. Shoving noises. No matter how much I push, he won't budge. I think about just giving up and leaving him here. That's fair. But if I did that, I wouldn't learn anything. And that's the last thing I want. Come on! I need to give this my all! This time, I try pushing not just with my hands, but with my shoulder too.
無表
Whoa. If a middle school girl touches me like that. No.
僕の股間が不調
I ignore Daru's words and push with my whole body with all my strength.
Wait. Ow. Hold on a second. Wait, I caught on.
待って引っかかってあ
Okay.
Do I want to know?
We'll find out, I'm imagining.
It took a lot of effort, but I finally managed to shove Daru through the window and sneak into the lab.
あ
I don't even want to think about getting back out.
Thoughts? Being careful not to get near the windows facing the street, I look around the room. Unsurprisingly, everything is covered by 2 years' worth of dust. An Upa stuffed toy. Lots of junk I don't recognize. Complicated explanations and equations written on a whiteboard.
ちっとも変わって
This
ない
place hasn't changed at all.
Shocker right now.
2 years ago, during that wild summer, I came to visit this room several times. This place was always filled with voices. So many that it was kind of annoying, to be honest.
Yeah. Assistant, prepare the experiment. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not your assistant. Do-do-do. Does anyone want some juicy chicken?
声が
Voices.
Akira.
My goodness. I felt as though I could still hear them. The voices of the lab members back then. But... the moment I notice a reddish-black stain on the floor, my feeling of nostalgia is blown far away.
Understandable, have a nice day.
I know what that stain is, so I avert my eyes.
まんま残して
You
やる
hoped
かと思った
everything
け
would
ど
still be here.
さすがに
But I
甘かっ
guess I
たっぽい
underestimated them.
Daru softly walks further into the room.
僕の使ってた
Looks like they
PC と
took
か
the
電話レン
PC I
ジとか
used, the phone
持っ
wave,
てかれ
and
ちゃっ
most
てる
everything
よ
else important.
タイムマシン作れ
So
ない
you
の
Can't build a new time machine?
それは40
Depends on if the
私
42-inch TV is here.
42-inch TV. Uncle Daru seems really fixated on that. It sounds like the big 42-inch brown tube TV from Dad's shop is absolutely necessary for the time machine.
Yep.
Maybe that has to be turned on for it to work properly?
Yep.
お
Ah,
この穴
this hole might be
使える
usable.
んじゃね
Uncle Daru crouches down on the spot. The floor was broken up in that place, and there's an open hole.
そんな穴いつ開けたの？
When did that hole open up?
実験してた時
During an experiment.
でもわざと
It wasn't on
じゃなくて
purpose.
ちょっ
We
と
just made a
だ
little
け違い
mistake.
つか
お父さんに話しましたか？
Did you tell Dad about it?
Well, Daru's still alive, so let's go with no.
無理無理
Hell no. If we told him that we broke a hole in the floor, he'd have us
ここ
kicked
から
out on
追い
the
出され
spot.
てたんじゃね
Sheesh. He's looking inside the hole.
そうやってお父さんのこと覗き
So
見し
you were
てたんだ。
spying on Dad from there.
I don't think they ever did.
No.
あるわ
That's right. Nope.
いやこの穴
You
を
could
貫
pass
通
through
させら
this
れた
hole
ら
to get
さ
down to the
下
stores,
の
right?
店に入れるでしょ
そっか。黒服がいるから外か
With
ら
the
じゃお
agents
店に入れ
around,
ない
we
もんね。
can't enter the shop from outside. But we can't turn on the 42-inch without entering the store. To turn it on, you'd have to flip the electrical switchboard in the back of the store to on, then push the power switch on the 42-inch TV.
いいよいいよ
This is good.
この
With a little
穴
finesse,
うまく
you could
や
slip
れば
through.
貫通させられるっぽい
Daru stands up and brushes the dust from his hands. His clothes are covered in dust too, but he doesn't seem to care.
鉄骨とかパイプ
I
とかあ
figured
っ
it
たら
wouldn't
無理
work
だ
if
ろ
there
うなっ
were
て思
steel
ってた
frames
け
or
ど
pipes going
そういう
through,
のも
but it
うまく
doesn't
避
look
けて
like
く
we
れ
have
て
to
る
worry about that.
すごい偶然だ
This is insanely lucky. You don't have to be Okuri to say that this is the choice of whatever gate and laugh like a maniac.
って言いたくなるかも
Excellent.
I wish that they, like, instead, like, had the laugh be in it. You don't have to laugh like insert laugh instead of laugh like a maniac, but eh.
Daru tiredly sits down on the sofa and dust flies everywhere.
Oh, okay. My brain is like, a dust fly? What's a dust fly?
It almost makes me cough, so I rush to cover my mouth. The agents are outside. We can't make any noise.
まあ
Even if you get through, I've got to build a phone wave again from scratch, so there's some heavy work ahead.
でき
Jeez,
そ
no
う。
kidding. Can you really do that?
やり方は
And I
分
know
か
what
って
I
るん
have
だ
to
けど
do,
ね
at least.
もし全部うまくいった
Even
と
if
して
it all
も
goes well,
だから
there's no
って E
guarantee
メー
that
ル
the
が
email
確
will be
実に送
sent,
れるよう
so
に
it's still
な
a
るかは
gamble.
出たとこ勝負だ
そうなんだ。
I see. But I've already jumped into this. Uncle Daru probably doesn't intend to give up here either. He went through a lot to get to this lab.
手伝えることがあったら言って
Let me know if I can help with
く
anything.
ださい。
I'll do whatever I can.
何でもやります。
This won't be like 2 years ago. I'm not just gonna wait at home again.
ただいま。
I'm back. I got home pretty late. It had been a busy... late. It had been a busy day.
It'd been
Goodness.
such a busy day that she can't even think properly.
Oh,
New animal in the Dust Kingdom? We already had dust bunnies. Dust flies are gonna be a bitch on my allergies.
Oh no! This might actually be the first time I've gotten home this late since I started living at the Akiya household. Daru said he'll be sleeping over in the lab for a while.
Yeah, that's convenient.
I'm worried that the agents will find him, but after he mentioned how hard it would be to fit through that tiny window again, I agreed to leave him there.
なえちゃん遅かったのね
You're home late.
Aunt Chikane greets me. Uncle Yukitaka's still at work though.
ごめんなさい
Yeah, I'm sorry.
制服
Your
すごく
uniform
汚
is
れて
really
いるわ
dirty.
よ大丈夫だから
It's fine.
そう
Oh, well,
クリーニング
let
出
me
すな
know
ら
if you want
言って
it
ね
cleaned. Proposal. Let's start calling the visible dust particles and sunburst/scald rays dust flies. Bet.
Sure.
夕飯ができているから
Dinner's
早
ready,
く着替え
so
てい
go
らっしゃい
change your clothes.
Okay. Normally, we'd have already finished eating dinner by now. Aunt Chikane must have waited for me to come home. Feeling bad, I hurried to change my clothes. My uniform is dirtier than I thought.
なえ
Hi, can I come in, yeah?
Nya nya.
どうぞ
Ah, sure. It's Rumiho.
おかえりにゃ
Welcome home,
遅か
yeah?
ったね
It's pretty late.
うん
Meow meow. Yeah. Rumiho is different.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Goodness. It's like, oh yes, that's an understatement. Very good. Oh my goodness, I'm fine. She always wears a cat ear hairband and sticks nyas and nyans at the end of things.
That's not a cat ear headband. That's not how headbands work.
Yeah.
Anyways.
She told me before that she's been in character ever since becoming the Rainet Axis Battlers champion. But I feel like that isn't a good reason to say nyan nyan all the time.
Don't be jealous now, Nae.
I wonder if she talks like this when she's working at her company.
Yes.
Yes.
髪
Your hair.
Huh?
ゴミがついてるね
There's something in it, yeah?
あ
Ah. I hurriedly try to brush whatever it is out. I hope it's not a spider web. That'd be so gross. I want to hurry up and take a bath.
寄り道してたのに
Did you take a detour, yeah?
もしかして
Or did you have a date
男の
with a
子とデー
boy?
ト違うよ
Huh? No way. I wonder if people thought Daru and I were on a date when we were walking around town. That would be awful.
じゃあ
Then,
お友達と
did you
お茶
have
でも
tea
して
with
た
your
よな
friends, yeah?
じゃなくて
That's not it either. I quickly turn away from Rumiho, pretending like I'm really focused on changing my clothes.
学校終わってから使ってない教室の掃除をさ
I
せら
had
れ
to
ちゃっ
clean
た
a
の
classroom that wasn't used in a while after school.
ふーん
Oh.
That's... I lied. I wonder why.
そっか
I see.
苗が道
And I
草
was
食って帰
thinking
ってきた
about
記念
buying
に
a cake
ケ
to
ーキで
celebrate
も
your
買いに
dating
行こうと思
detour,
ったん
yeah?
だけどにゃ記念
Celebrate?
そういうのって
That would be fun,
楽しいで
wouldn't
し
it?
ょ苗にはもっとも
You
っと
should play and have more
遊んでほ
fun.
しいね
You should play and have fun more often, yeah?
ルミホ姉ちゃん
Rumiho ne-chan.
私、いつもは部活でヘトヘトだよ。
I'm always tired after practice.
にゃふふ。
Yeah,
そうだった
I
ね。
guess so, Nya.
さあ、
Anyway,
早く手を洗ってく
wash
れ。
your hands, Nya.
ママがお待ちかね
Mama's
だね。
waiting, Nya.
Okay. After watching Rumiho leave the room, I let out a small sigh. It's impossible to lie to her. She can see through even the smallest lie.
Yeah, it's called Cheshire Break.
Yes. But still, it's not like Daru said I shouldn't tell anyone what I did. He said keep it a secret. That's like the same thing. Come on, Nai.
He said to keep sending a D-mail secret.
Oh, that's true. Okay, that's fair. Besides, Rumiho was a lab mem too. She must have gotten along well with Daru, Ocarina, and the others.
Thank you for your contribution to the challenge, Bear.
Yay. I guess that means I probably should have told her. So why did I decide to lie?
Yoisho.
And oof. I slide my body through the narrow bathroom window. One wrong step would have me falling face first into the toilet, so I have to be careful. If only I could set up some sort of safety foothold. Even something thrown together would help. But I guess I should have realized how inconvenient it is to enter and exit through the bathroom. And even worse, what if Dada was on the toilet when I opened the window? I don't know what I'd do.
I don't know what Daru would do either. I think you guys would just
Yeah.
both panic and yeah.
Yeah. That would be the absolute worst. I don't even want to think about it. That's fair. Dada's large body is sprawled out on the sofa. I thought he was sleeping, but
ないちゃんし
Nai-chanji,
買ってきてくれた
did you get the stuff?
he senses my presence and quickly sits up.
これでいい？
Yeah, is it okay?
Well, at least Daru wouldn't shit himself if that happened. True.
Yesterday he handed me money and asked me to buy food. Okay, good. I was wondering how Daru was gonna eat while he was in there. It seems Daru intends to work in here for a while without leaving. Which made going shopping my job.
いやー助かった
Thanks. You're a lifesaver.
昨日の
I haven't
夕方
eaten
から何も
anything
食べてな
since
かった
last
んで
night.
腹
I
が
was
減りす
so
ぎて
hungry
ロ
I
ガー
couldn't
ザも漁れ
even
なかったっ
search
ていう
for
か
porn. Remember
Don't-
that, Daru.
Yeah. Don't talk about those things with her there. She's not like the she's not the same age as like the rest of the lab mems. Come on now. Dots.
お金足りた
Was it enough money?
もらった分は全部使った。
I used pretty much everything you gave me. I only have 7 yen in change. When I try to hand it to him,
釣りはいらないんだ
Keep the
取っとい
change.
て
別にいい。
I don't want it. I don't want him thinking a mere 7 yen is enough to make us even anyway. I put the change on top of the table.
ちなみにないちゃんし
By the way,
料理は
Nai-chan,
する
do you cook?
前はしてたけど今はしない。
I used to, but not lately.
Big news. Kuroki actually caught a cold. He's out of action, yeah. I can't believe it. I told him to go home and rest. I never thought this happened, yeah.
I'm worried about Kuroki. Maybe I should visit? But I also don't want to be annoying. I hope he gets well soon.
Not always for Ferris? Maybe a little bit. I'm not female, in case you forgot, so my female voice range is very limited. You're right.
I did read that earlier though.
Oh, so you're telling me there's a chance that I get to have a middle schooler cook for me? That's like, you should describe something that's extremely unlikely but still possible. I mean...
ビレ
Not really. As usual, thought I was making a big deal over something unimportant. Then he opens up a convenience store bento and starts eating. Is it even good cold?
Does he have a microwave?
I don't know.
No.
They took the phone wave.
Yeah, so no microwave. Oh, right. I'd like you to buy some other things for me.
まだ食べるの
More food already. I bought enough snacks and meals to last 2 or 3 days.
じゃなくてさ、
Nope.
実
I
は
realized that
水
water
が
is
重
pretty
要っぽい
precious in
こと
here.
に気づ
The
いた
plumbing
んです
shut
が
off after all.
何が言いたいかというと、次の買い出しで
Could you
は
stock up on
水
water
たく
next
さん
time you
買
go
ってき
shopping?
て、
うん
Sure.
あと
Also,
食料以外にも
I need
必要な
things
ものがあるっ
besides
つうか、
besides
これから
provisions.
電話連
Things
絡する
necessary
わ
to
けだ
build
け
the
ど、
phone
それに
microwave.
必要なもの
Ah. I see. That stuff isn't going to buy itself after all.
Mm-hmm.
わかった何を買ってくればいいか
Got it.
教
Just
え
tell
て
me what I need to buy.
Hang on a sec, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh. Ooh, excuse me, goodness. He left. No. How dare. Well, how is everyone's day going so far? This is gonna be terrible for my self-confidence.
Huh?
Ah?
You
Are you
okay,
good, Bear?
You had to leave just for a moment.
Very warm?
Bear, daijoubu? I'm so confused.
Me too. Well, I'm glad you're warm because I'm cold. Ah. It wound up being a nope, you've passed away today kind of day. That's fair.
Anyways,
Yes.
とりあえず
I think you can find
ショ
most
ッ
of
プで
it at
大体のものは
Words Shop
揃う
around
はずだ
Akiba. Can you buy a microwave from a Words Shop? Or does he plan to make one from scratch?
日曜大工系の
I'm
道
going
具
to
も
need some
必要っぽい
do-it-yourself hobby tools. Is he planning to make one from scratch? He needs a
It's starting
PC too, so like...
それと
Also...
それと
Also? Wait. Thoughts.
Can Can she even legally buy that stuff? She's a minor.
I don't know. I've been fooled. No! I'm at a shop for books called Dojinshi in the Otaku Holy Land of Nakano. I've never been to a place like this. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed.
I don't think she can legally buy the R18 things though. Because it's
Yeah.
R18 for a reason.
All the customers are men.
Shocker.
On the shelf at the back, there are tons of books lined up with pictures of girls in lewd poses. Daru's shopping list can be divided into 3 basic categories.
Oh boy.
First are parts. These could be found in Akihabara, and thanks to Daru's detailed list, I was able to buy them all without any issue. The second are do-it-yourself hobby tools. Things like saws and pliers.
Does he plan on making the PC and microwave from scratch? Like, I guess it would be hard to fit the microwave through the windows, but like you just pass it to each other? That shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Hello, Pop Puppy Cloud, though. Welcome on in. How's it going?
Hello. And the last one.
I need the Gun Barrel Rosetta book from Toronto. It's by Circle Kishimanya, so don't get the wrong one. You have to buy 3 of them. Okay.
What?
It's not rated 18 plus, so you should be able to buy it. Okay.
Ah, there it is.
Couple of small macro waves and PCs for oh boy.
Frankenstein. I thought he was pretty irresponsible, making me buy dojinshi at a time like this.
At least he's not having you get the R18 stuff. That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah. But I didn't want him to keep me from sending a T-mail because I didn't do as he asked. But now that I've made it all the way to Nakano... if it was going to be like this, I would have told him no. I shouldn't have believed him that it would be okay just because it's not porn.
According to a forum thread on japanguide.com, R18/U18 material are typically sold in the second story of shops, assuming of course they have multiple levels, and regardless of legality, minors aren't allowed into those sections. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah. My dude is built like a whole fridge.
I mean...
Yeah.
mini fridge because it's apparently short, but yes, a fridge.
It's my first time visiting a store like this, so I had no idea what to expect. Even if the book Daru wants isn't pornographic, there are tons of perverted things being sold here. With all these gross books, how am I supposed to find the one he wants?
Reading.
I don't feel very confident.
You can also ask the clerk. It's like, hey, I'm looking for these titles.
Yeah, exactly. What should I do?
Talk to a clerk.
I couldn't go any further inside. I stood right at the entrance, staring at the floor.
Well, that doesn't help you find them.
Nope. It seems like one of the employees keeps glancing over at me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a kid, no matter how you look at me. I might end up being scolded for visiting a place like this. That would probably make this easier. It would be a good reason for me to not buy Daru's books. Still. If I go back empty-handed, Dadu might think that I'm useless. That would be bad too. I don't want people to think I'm useless just because I'm a kid. If I can't handle a little shopping...
よし
Okay. I'm 100% going to buy those books and bring them back. After psyching myself up, I raise my head and head straight to the counter. I look the male employee straight in the eye, which seems to startle him.
すみません
Excuse me. I feel my face growing bright red, but I can't worry about that now. The other customers are staring at me in surprise too, but I can't worry about that either.
サークルきしめん屋の頑張れるのロゼッタ棒を探しています
Oh, just imagining Nai tearing up a la a Shen Comics character. You know, yeah, that's fair. I am looking for the Gunvara Rosetta book by Circle Kishimenya.
ありますか
Do you have it?
同じものを3冊ください
I'd like 3 of them. The employee's smile is stiff. I'm sure my face is stiff too. Dots.
Ghetto Froggy.
I was gonna say there's a Ghetto Froggy on the wall.
Oh, there's 2 Ghetto Froggy posters.
Yes.
I like that Chaos had
Wonderful.
Noah's poster in the back too.
Yeah.
Like specifically Noah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the other game like closest to us is though. At the top.
I'm not sure.
There's a Creasy
Also-
poster on the left.
Bless. Amazing. Also, Puppy, she is 13.
Yeah.
I feel exhausted considering I only went shopping. Poor Nai. Uncle Daru's so underhanded. He was definitely trying to tease me.
Honestly, I think there has to be a specific reason because he asked for 3 of them, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about too.
The logo is on the bottom corner of that one unidentified banner, but you can't read it all. I can't really read it either. It doesn't have good contrast with the banner. If I had to guess, it's some other mage's game, but, you know.
Mm-hmm. Is it because I forced him to let me help? But I won't back down, no matter what.
What is this child doing inside of an adult store? It was just a doujinshi shop, so it's not necessarily R18.
Yeah.
3 days
Did I
worth
read
of
that?
food, 3 doujins. I see a pattern here. Maybe, now that you said that.
Yeah.
I don't think you read this though, no.
Okay. But I won't back down, no matter what.
買ってきた
I bought it.
He'll be okay. Kuroki will be fine. Mama said she'll go and check up on him. If you're really worried, just tell him you're glad he's better the next time you see him, yeah?
Very good.
マジで
Seriously?
When I hold out the Jojinchi, Daru looks very surprised.
つか
I didn't think you'd actually get it, but you did. You're amazing, Nai-chanji.
ナイちゃんしパネス人にはできないことを
You've got way more
平
guts
然
than
と
I
やって
do,
の
and so
そ
forth.
こにいい火力
Oh,
ちなみに
by the
ナイ
way,
ちゃんし
was that your first time
ドラは
going
初
to
めて
Dora?
ちょっとお店
Could
に
you
行った
tell
感想
me
なんか
your
を
thoughts on the
僕に
place
聞
now
かせ
that
てく
you've
れない
been?
かな
Deets,
で
please.
きるだけ詳しく
店員さんが親切だった
employees were nice.
ちょ
Wait,
店員に
you
話しかけ
actually
る
talk to the
とか
employees.
コミュ
That's
障子
something
は
an
絶対
introvert
で
like
きねえ
me could
大
never
技をかま
do.
すなんて
Naishan-ji,
泣い
you're
ちゃう
kind
し
of scary.
恐ろしい子
Oh boy. Dadu ignores the parts I bought for him to read over the doujinshi. Worse yet, he's saying weird stuff the whole time.
無評
Well,
アル
other
チーの
cheese
頑張
gun
れる本と
barrel
か
books will
絶対将来
definitely
プレミア
fetch
ム
premium
賞
prices in the
しかもま
future.
さかのヒエロ
But
だ
not
し
other
なお
stuff
さら
especially. I see.
I see.
So he wants to sell them. God damn it, buddy.
Yeah.
Fictional. Mobile battler gun barrel. A
Oh,
robot
I bet it's
anime.
Gundam.
What was your first clue? Anyways,
Mobile battler Gunbarrel.
my first clue that it was Gundam is the fact that it starts with gun. I will
Fair.
say that. Anyways, a robot anime that started airing in the West in May of 2012. While at first glance it appears to be targeted toward children, its high-quality animation, story, and realization of its own setting earned high praise among adults, leading it to become a huge hit worldwide. Starting in October, the series will finally start airing in Japan, directed by Kogori Minami. That's interesting. It aired in the West first? Huh.
Oh, weird. But like kind of a cool weird.
Yeah.
Huh. Learning.
That's not Gundam. Well, it's fictional. I will say that.
Really? Mobile Suit Gundam? Mobile Battler Gunbarrel?
Yeah, it's
Really?
robot anime.
Yeah. Although, is Gundam older than that?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've already had a spin otherwise of Gundam. So,
That's true, I'm not sure.
Gundam's from
Yeah.
1979.
Yeah, I was like,
Gunham.
wait, isn't Gundam like really old?
Then what other robot anime could this be? I'm sure one of you guys will figure it out, not me though.
Not Evangelion, that's for sure.
No.
つうか
If
僕
my
の予想
predictions
が
are
正しけれ
correct,
ば
there will definitely
来年は
be a
絶対
Gun Barrel
頑張
anime
れる
next
学
year.
園で
No
間
mistake.
違いない
This stuff is so
スタッ
legit
フとかガチ
hardcore.
すぎ
So
日
hardcore.
本で放
It's hard
送
to
してない
believe
の
that it's
が
not being
ありえない
broadcast in Japan already.
Goodness.
Studying's hard. Ai-chan, it's me, Mako. Studying for tests stinks. I'd rather go to morning practice. Anyway, let's have a study session in the library after class tomorrow. Pretty please.
Aw. Sorry, I have something to do tomorrow. Also, when I study with you, I end up teaching you the whole time. You gotta learn how to study on your own.
Oh.
Aw. To me, Dadu looks like a strange animal.
Understandable, have a nice day.
He does. There's nobody this weird at my school. The thought never crossed my mind 2 years ago. I didn't know he was so ridiculous. Although, back then, I couldn't really handle Okarin or Dadu, so I avoided talking to them. That's probably why I didn't get to know them.
Probably.
But I knew back then that he'd be hard to deal with. You could say it's instinctual repulsion. Goodness. Raccoon behavior.
Yeah, it comes back in a big way in robotics notes. Okay, then just leave no further information. Because robotics notes is actually after Steins Gate in terms of sides of inter-series. So it's Chaos Head, Steins Gate, robotics notes. Then Chaos Child.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But whether or not we do Chaos Child first or Robotics Notes depends on if I have the money for Robotics Notes by the time we're done with Chaos Head.
Gotcha.
I prefer to do Robotics Notes, but we'll see.
Okay.
Eh,
If Daru was a friend around my age, I'd break off the friendship instantly.
Damn, no remote worse at all.
But it's not that bad if I look at this like fantasy. Like the white rabbit that Alice met. Or maybe more like Peter Pan who appeared at Wendy's house. That's what kind of person Uncle Daru is to me.
Sure. He doesn't fit either of those options, but sure.
Nope.
タイムマシン作らないの？
Aren't you going to build the time machine?
明日から本気
I'll do
出
it
す。
tomorrow.
Does he actually mean that? I feel like I wasted my Saturday. Right before tests start, no less.
Mobile Suit Gundam Age came out in 2011. That seems to be the closest in terms of Gundam.
Oh, gotcha.
It's
2
probably
years ago. Sorry.
it's probably not Gundam though, like we kind of agreed on. Especially since it does
Yeah.
have importance in robotics notes. So
Mhm.
we'll learn more about whatever this is later. It's a later problem.
Fair enough. 2 years ago. After Dad's funeral ended. I was curled up all alone, surrounded by CRT TVs.
That's a choice.
I don't remember this part at all, but apparently I spent 2 days without eating or drinking and was on the verge of dehydration.
No.
I just thought that Dad would come home if I stayed there, so I sat in his shop waiting the whole time. I kept calling out for him in a quiet voice. But I eventually started to lose consciousness.
That's all you can find so far, too, but the whole released in America first thing is such a specific quirk. West, not America, but it makes me wonder if it was just made up for Steins Gate, or... Well, he said that it has more importance to robotics notes, so... But it could be like Seiratan, like Bloody Tune, how it's important, but also specific to the Science Adventure series, not necessarily a reference to anything else.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, it being specifically released in the West does make me worry.
Uh-huh.
Eyes Garo Froggy, but, you know. Did you read that?
I'll do it again just for good measure.
Okay.
But I eventually started to lose consciousness. I closed my eyes, and everything went black. It felt as though I just kept falling and falling down a huge pit. I started to understand how Alice felt when she was falling with the white rabbit. But I didn't have the strength to scream. I got really scared, thinking that I'd just keep falling, and my body would be torn to pieces. Right then, I heard someone calling to me.
And this link you put in general? Okay. I'll look at it later. You had that right?
Yep.
Okay. Nine, Yan. Nine.
When I opened my eyes, Rumiho was there. Looking like she was about to cry.
一緒に来る？
Do you want to come with me?
一緒においで。
Let's go. together.
Rumiho took me by the hand and welcomed me into the Akiha family. Daru really did start working the next day.
He's a slacker, but he will do things when he says he will.
Despite spending over 2 hours poring over all 16 pages of his thin doujinshi the day before. This morning, when I came to the lab,
電子レンジ
a microwave!
So did he just make one?
There was a small, compact microwave at the back of the room.
誰が
Who?
いつの間に
When?
まさかオカリンおじさん
Was it Uncle Okarin?
いや
No.
オカリンは来てね
Okarin
え
didn't
し
come here.
で
But there
も
are quite a
僕も
number
マル
of
キューレの
Valkyrie
活動には
supporters.
さ支援者
Hello,
がいる
Valkyrie.
んだよね
Me, I'm a Valkyrie supporter. New album
too.
came out. New album came out literally today. Anyways. This isn't about
And
On
you have
Stars.
proceeded to be so normal about it.
Listen, it's so good. Please listen to it.
It's under Chunibyo.
Of course it is. Half human, half goddess warriors who appear in Norse mythology, sometimes referred to as Valkyrs. Interesting. Valkyrie doesn't just refer to a single individual, but rather the many. They hold the duty of choosing who lives or dies in battle. Those chosen by the Valkyrie are then taken as spirits to Valhalla, where they wait to participate in the coming Ragnarok. The youngest of the Norns, Skold, is a Valkyrie.
You know, the Norns.
So he's number 2 in the list. I haven't looked at the list, so I'm saying this out of context. Maybe if
Yep.
you have things to say about the list, put it in the Discord.
Yeah.
The more you learn about Love, Chinibyo, and other delusions at the field, I to Nikushimi Gekko, the less you know about it. Maybe just watch it then so you know. I don't know, man. Valkyrie. Anyways.
ワルプーレ
Valkyrie?
うーん簡単に
To
言う
put it
と
simply,
サークル
it's
名
like a
みたいな
circle
もんっつう
name.
か
I can't tell you
それ以上
anymore
聞か
for
ない
your
方
own
が身のた
safety.
めだ
There are rules
あんま
telling
喋っ
us to
ちゃダ
keep
メな決まりに
mum.
なってるんで
Telling us to
Is this a new phrase for you?
yeah.
Keeping mum means keeping quiet.
Why?
You know, I wish I could tell you. I think I might know why.
Yeah, linguistic nerd.
Yeah. Keeping mum. No, I don't want to know about a film. There. Okay. So, you know, it's keeping quiet, especially so as not to reveal a secret. I want to say it goes back to, No, I want your etymology, friend. It might have to do with,
Mumble? Like, same type of mum?
that also might be connected to it. It's late 16th century English, and it comes from mam, actually. Okay, oh, wait, no, here we go. Thank you, Wiktionary. So, it comes from... No, not mother, although that's funny. Mom. Well, it can mean mother. Very British.
Yeah, I figured.
Mum. No, I want the thing on mummers. Goodness. Okay, so it can be from Oh, from Middle English mommin, you have the verb make silent. It says it's reminiscent of the sound made when someone like puts a hand over your mouth, like
That's clever.
Right? I see a couple references to mummy, and I don't know if that means like mother
Probably.
mummy or
Mama.
like Egyptian mummies because they're silent because they're dead. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Probably in that case.
Yeah, but there was like a type of performer called a mummer, and like they wouldn't say anything, so they were like traditional masked mimes.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they wouldn't say anything, so I'm like, I think that's kind of what it's tied to.
Maybe.
Just a person in disguise who's performing and usually does like pantomiming and doesn't really talk. So that's again with keeping mum. And yes, mum's the word. Mum's the word means keep silent, like don't say anything. Yeah.
Anyways, mothers aside.
Yes, thank you for coming with me on our little linguistic journey. It's always hard to tell whether Daru's lying or telling the truth.
Anyway, I had those supporters bring this by first thing in the morning. I see, so he didn't make it from scratch. That makes sense.
Okay. He just needed the tools to do stuff with it.
It was a real pain getting it through the bathroom window without making any noise.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. The parts I bought yesterday are also spread about the room.
What about the PC portion? Is that not important?
どれくらいで作れる？
How long will it take to make?
And I can't make much noise, and I can't work at night because they might see the light. But keeping those constraints in mind, I could probably pull it off in a week.
1週間。
A week? Exam week starts tomorrow. That'll let me leave school earlier than usual, but... What about studying for my tests? No, I can study through the night if that's what it takes. Girl, no, you're in middle school. No, you don't have to cram, it's okay. Oh my goodness. I've never stayed up late for a whole week, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh no, honey, if you've never done it before,
何をすればいい？
you are gonna feel some feelings. Oh my goodness. Is there anything you want me to do?
I'm glad you asked. I've already got some jobs lined up for Unedited Chanji.
Really?
What about lunch? I forgot to ask you earlier. Will you be home for lunch today? If so, I'll whip something up for you. Also, next week after your tests are done, I'm gonna take you out to eat something delicious.
No, that's so sweet. I'm fine. I'll be eating lunch with my friends, so I'm fine. Thanks though.
Cute.
I figured you would just have me go shopping, and I'd just have to sit around otherwise, so I'm kind of happy to hear that.
I want you to widen the hole.
広げてもらうわけだが。
Uh-huh.
穴を広げる？
Widen the hole?
Can you say that again? And in a voice like you're about to cry. I don't know.
No.
広げる。
Widen?
Oh, sorry. Not that part.
穴。
The hole?
まとめて
Not together, please.
Dots.
Mm-hmm. Be ashamed of yourself.
穴ってそこの床に開いてる穴？
No, she is focused. She does not have time for this. By hole, you mean the one on the floor over there, right?
おう
Oh,
冷たいお目目でスルー来てこれ
kitakore.
I crouched down in the dim room and looked down through the hole in the floor. I can't see this door below. Oh, I guess that's obvious, since it doesn't pass all the way through.
今回のミッション
And this
さ
mission won't succeed unless we can get down to the Bron 2 workshop. So I want you to penetrate the hole and spread it wide enough for a person to fit through. Phrasing, buddy.
That are your word choice.
No, and don't make any noise while you do it.
So that's why those do-it-yourself tools were necessary. But I feel like it won't be possible without making noise.
Penetrate, then spread. Do you understand? Penetrate, then spread.
Daru, it sounds like you want to be pegged, okay?
Maybe he does. He did say he
なん
was
で
bi,
2回言ったの
True. Why'd you have to say it twice?
because he's gay.
紳士的に言わ
It's
ざるを
something a
得なかったん
gentleman
だ
must do. Okay, so to be a gentleman means to want to get pegged. Learned that today.
Heck yeah!
音を立てずに
Telling someone to
穴を
penetrate holes without making
貫
noise is too lewd even
自
for
分で言
me.
うのもなんだが
Haha.
エロすぎだろはあは
Flick his nose.
Like his mouth is so far down for some reason. He's breathing heavily for some reason.
小学生の頃図工は結構得意だった
Well, I was pretty good at handicrafts back in elementary school. I liked crafts better than arts anyway.
Wow.
Also, I can't say that I can't do it.
ま僕が
You
電
just
話
have to get it
作って
done
る
while I'm
間に
building
何
the
とか
phone
して
wave.
くれたらいいんで
Oh. That means there's a time limit. It needs to be done by the time Daru finishes his work. Can I even do that? No, I have to. I can't slow things down. The hole luckily avoided the steel frame of the building. If I can cut through the second floor's floorboards, the first floor's ceiling boards, and any pipes running across, I'd be able to make it downstairs. Oh, be careful with the pipes. Oh my god. That could cause a problem. Oh wait, no, he said the plumbing was shut off.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem is, using a saw without making noise is pretty difficult. But if I saw too slowly, I won't make any progress. I wonder if there's any trick to it. In the dim room, I look down as I quietly work.
ちょ
Hey,
ナイちゃん
Nai-chan-shi.
なんでいき
Why
な
are
り
you
そん
so
な無表情
blank
になっ
faced
て
all
ん
of a
の
sudden?
なんか
It's
怖
kind
い
of
っす
scary.
うわ
Yes, be afraid. Dots. True, my friends always tell me that I become expressionless when I focus. But telling a girl that she's scary? Uncle Daru is the worst. Worse still, this room is pretty hot. No, let me correct myself. It's really hot.
I mean, it is summer in Japan in a room that can't have AC, so...
Yeah. It's good that I brought work clothes today. I doubt I could stand the heat if I had to work in my uniform. But the sweat is still dripping off my forehead, turning into a little puddle on the floor. The windows are all kept closed to prevent the agents from seeing inside, and of course there's no air conditioning. Aircon ga arimasen. And even if we had an air conditioner, there's no electricity to turn it on.
あ電気
Oh, electricity.
タイムマシンを動かすのに電気が来てないと
Don't you need power to
ダメ
run
な
the
んじゃ。
time machine? Obviously, this building's power is all shut off right now. I haven't paid the electricity bill in 2 years, after all. Same goes for water and gas. We don't need gas, though, and we're using lots of bottled water for everything, including the toilet. Electricity is the one thing we can't do anything about. If we used a small generator like they have at festivals, it would make a ton of noise. They'd be sure to hear it from outside.
電気会社で手続きして再開して
Should
も
I
ら
ask
お
the
う。
power company to restart the electricity?
I'm not sure about
ちょい
that.
待ち
Wouldn't a power
電気供
company
給を再
worker
開す
stop
る
by
とき
if you
に
asked
さ
them to restart the
作業員
power?
が来ちゃうんじゃね
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Also, I mean, like, she's technically the building's owner, so.
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
そしたらバレちゃうね。
That would give us away. What should we do?
そもそもないちゃんし
Besides,
未成
one
年だから
reminder,
手
so
続
your
きとかは保
guardian
護者
would
がや
have
らん
to
と
be
ダ
the
メっ
one
しょ
to apply.
そうなのかな。
Is that true?
あんま
And
僕がここに
I
いる
don't
こと
really want more
他の
people
人
to
に
know
知ら
that
れ
I'm
たくな
here.
いんだよね。
じゃあルミホお姉ちゃんに頼むのも無理だね。
Then I guess I can't ask Rumiho.
ルミホ
Miho?
誰
Who's
そ
that?
れ
Did he have an older sister or something? Does she have huge boobs? An anime voice? I mean,
She
太
definitely
郎お
has
じ
an
さ
anime
んもよ
voice.
く知ってる人だよ。本名知らなかったの？
You know her really well. Do you not know her real name?
本名
real name?
え
Huh?
え
What?
2年前は
2 years ago,
フェイリス
she
ニャ
went
ン
by
ニ
the
ャンさん
name
っていう名前だっ
Fairy's
た。
Nyan Nyan.
なん
What
だ
did you
と
say?
Daru suddenly opens his eyes wide in shock.
フェイリスタンの
Fairy Stun's
Oh,
real
no.
name?
For some reason, he starts trembling.
ははは
What?
やだな
Ferriston doesn't have a real name. Ferriston is Ferriston. I'm afraid you've got the wrong person.
What?
フェイリスタンはさ
Ferriston came from the planet Nyan Nyan. She's a cat-eared rhinoceros, eternally 17 years old.
ダルおじさん大丈
Uncle
夫？
Daru? Are you okay?
大丈夫だ
No
問
problem.
題ない
Everything's fine.
ナイちゃんし
Nai-chan,
一つだけ
remember
覚え
one
とい
thing.
て
When working at a company, sometimes fantasy is a
ファンタジ
necessary
ーの時には
factor.
必要なファクターだってこと
は
Ah,
僕はさあの
That
夏
summer,
週に
I
一度
go
は
to
フェイリス
challenge
タンに
Ferriston to
来
ride
年
at
の AB で勝負を挑んでたんだお
screaming. I go to challenge Ferriston to ride at AB matches once a week.
当時フェイリスタンは
At the time,
負け知
she
ら
was
ず
the
のライネット
undefeated
ちゃん
Rhinat champ.
僕の
She
実
existed
力じゃ
above the
全く
clouds,
叶わ
but I was no
雲
match
の
for
上
her
の存在
skills.
だったわけでも
But
幸せ
I
だっ
was
た
happy. Ferriston was my one and only lover. She'd always make the time to accept my
僕のため
challenges.
に対戦する時間を空けてくれたからさ
ダルおじさんとルミホお姉ちゃん恋人だったの？
you and Nomiho were lovers?
恋人っつうか
Lovers isn't a big enough word.
悲しい運命に
Perhaps we
引き
could be
裂かれ
called
た
two
二人
hearts
っ
as
つうか
one, torn apart by a tragic fate.
そうなんだ。
Didn't know. I'm shocked. But it's true that Rumiho is a strange girl.
Oh boy, not this strange, don't worry about it.
Strange people probably fall for other strange people.
I mean, Ferris definitely has the thing for Okabe, but you know.
Though this does raise a few questions about her taste in men.
So,
なんでナイちゃん氏は
what
フ
do
ェ
you
リ
know
スタ
about
ンのこと知ってん
Paris-tan,
の？
Nai-janshi?
私ルミホお姉ちゃんの家に居
I'm
候して
living
るか
at
ら
Rumiho's house.
フェリスタンと呼び
Call
た
her
まえ。
Paris-tan.
嫌です
What? No.
じゃああっさ
Your
りして
swift
いて構
denial
わん
is
さ。
lol-worthy.
そしてナイちゃん氏は
Anyway,
毎晩
that was
フ
me.
ェ
You
リスタン
sleep
と
in
同
the
じベッ
same
ドで
bed
眠っ
as
ているんです
Paris-tan
ね。
every night. Did you swap
お姉様とロザリオ
rosaries with your
交換
big
した。
sister?
Understandable, Nai. What? Is this some sort of joke? If it is, I should just drop this conversation.
Good idea.
Pointless talk won't change how hot it is in here. The water in the bottle I bought has already gotten lukewarm.
Ooh.
Tests start tomorrow. I remember most of the stuff they taught us in class, but I still need to do a bit of review to get a good score. After dinner, I tried ignoring my sleepiness to study for a few hours. By the time I look at the clock, it's already after midnight.
Not quite yet.
I could hardly concentrate. My grades might end up lower than they were on the spring exams. If only Daru had showed up 1 week later. Yawn. I muffle my yawn. Yes, dolphins.
Dolphins in the sky.
I should drink some hot tea. When I go out to the living room, Rumiho is there.
Yeah.
ない
Nai,
ま
you're
だ
still
起
up?
きてたの
You remembered
Ashita wa
that
getsuyobi no
tomorrow's
分かって
Monday,
るか
right?
にゃ
Yeah.
うん明日からテスト
Yeah. Tests start tomorrow.
勉強
Studying?
集中できなくて
I couldn't focus.
You.
じゃあ
Well,
私が
then,
とっておきの
I'll
朝向
make
きを
my
入れてあげる
special some
ミ
tea,
ルクを
nya.
たっぷり入
With
れて
plenty of milk, nya.
おいしそ
That
う
sounds really good. Sounds great.
I don't know what Assam tea is. I imagine a type of tea,
it's-
but
Yes.
yeah.
座って待って
Just
る
sit and wait, nya.
Rumiho happily walks off into the kitchen. After a while, she brings me hot milk tea. Mimi brings hot milk tea.
どう
God.
ぞお嬢
Here you
様
are, madam.
いただきます
Thanks. A pleasant scent wafts from the cup. I don't know much about tea, but the milk tea Rumiho makes is delicious.
ねえお姉ちゃん
Hey, Rumiho?
何か
What
ね
is it, nya?
ダルおじさんっていたでしょ
Do you remember Daru?
Ah, Daru, nya.
懐かしい名前に
That's a
ゃ
nostalgic
私が
name,
まだ
nya.
フェイルスを
Back when
名
I
乗っ
was
て
playing
ライネ
right
ッ
now
トをやっ
under
て
the
た
name
頃
Ferris.
一
He
番の
was
ファ
my
ンでいてく
number
れた人
one
にゃ
fan, nya.
それに
And he
ラボメン
Was a lab mem.
うん
fair.
The moment I say those words, Rumiho's smile takes on a note of sadness.
そう
Yeah,
ラボメン
a
に
lot, ma'am, nya.
まさかない
So tell me you met
どこかで
Daru,
会
nya,
ったのかな
somewhere, nya.
そういうわけじゃ
No, that's not it. Did you see my eyes? I lied again. Even though there's no need to hide it. Do I not trust Rumiho? That can't be true. I've talked to her about so many things over the past 2 years. Without her help, I would probably be living here at the Akiha house with my heart still closed off. So why did I lie to her just now? Is it because I want to be the only one able to send emails? Or am I afraid that I can't be involved anymore if I involve someone else?
ダルニャン
Darunyan.
懐かしいにゃ
How nostalgic.
今
I
頃
wonder what
どこ
he's
で何
doing
してるのか
now.
にゃ
I want to
また対戦
challenge him
したい
again,
にゃ
yeah.
あの
Meow.
ルミホお姉ちゃんはダルおじさんと恋人だったの
Were you and Daru lovers?
Yeah.
恋人
Lovers.
では
Not
ない
at all,
な
yeah.
違うの
No?
仲は良かった
We
な
got along well, yeah.
とってもいい
He
お
was
友
a
達
really
だった
good friend, yeah.
Dots. So Daru lied to me. But why would he lie about something like that?
Because it's silly.
He's a little delulu as a treat. That's pretty shocking. Also, it showed me just how sad it is to be lied to. I'm sorry, Rumiho. I don't have the right to criticize Daru for what he did. I was gonna say, I was like, if you do tell Ferris, she's actually probably one of the best people to help. Like, Still gloomy. I drink another cup of milk tea, then go back to studying.
Yotto.
Come on. I pull the extension cord from the bathroom. The cord reels in, coiling onto the floor like a snake.
うほ
Whoa.
これこそ
This
ま
is
さに
like a
天から
blessing
の
from
恵みっつ
heaven.
うか
Or
地
maybe
獄に
more
垂れ
like
下が
a
った
spider
雲の
web
糸
out
っ
of
つうか
hell. Sure.
雲は
Ooh, I bet he's
Kawaii
referring to the spider's thread, which is a Japanese legend, folktale, about, I think it's like Buddha peers down into hell, and like there's one guy who's like, help me, and then apparently like the only good thing he ever did in his life was he like saved a spider. And so they're just like, oh sweet, well, if you can climb this spider's thread, I'll give you another chance because you actually have some good in you. And so he lowers the spider's thread into hell, and the guy starts climbing it, but then other people start climbing up behind him, and he's like, no, this is my spider thread, you can't come, and like starts freaking out and everything, and of course he ends up falling off. So I think that's what Daru's referring to.
Interesting, but my reaction was just because it's an extension cable, not. Yeah.
Exactly, but it's like a long thing that you can extend that, like, you know, is helpful. So
Yes, I know what an extension cable is, yes.
yes. Same with the spider's thread story, but anywho, I digress. Back to Nai being so real. I don't like spiders. Daru plugs his cell phone charging cable into the other end of the extension cord.
来たー
Yeah.
It starts charging. And I begin to wonder if this is really okay. I came here right after my exams were over for the day, and Daru immediately handed me this extension cord. Apparently, this is the solution to the electricity issue. Oh! Are they just borrowing it from the building next door?
Probably.
Oh my goodness. Several extension cords are connected together, passing through the bathroom window and plugged into the rear building.
Yep.
By sheer luck, the rear building's hallway had a power socket. I just went over to plug it in. He says he's just borrowing a little. But I call that stealing electricity. When I bring that up,
それについては
I'll have my
支援者にうま
supporters
く
deal
処
with
理し
that.
てもらう
It's okay, Nai-chan.
ナイ
She,
ちゃん氏は心
at the
配
very
しなく
least,
て
it
OK
won't technically
少
be a
なくとも
crime.
犯罪じゃない形にするよ
He says this, beaming. Even though he didn't tell me how they would deal with it.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, this solves the electricity issue. Probably. I slowly, carefully move the small saw up and down. But no matter what I do, it still makes some sound. What's important is making that sound as quiet as possible. I'm starting to learn the tricks. Progress is so slow that it's almost disheartening, but the hole is definitely getting bigger. I started work on Sunday. Yesterday and today, once I'd finished my tests in the morning, I came straight here. But because of that, I couldn't review for my Japanese and social studies tests today. Still, I think I managed to score above average on them. I've been devoting all my time to this. It seems like Dado is having a hard time on his end, too. While the power issue has been resolved, the agents outside would notice if he used it too openly. I keep hearing him complain under his breath about how he can't even do tests to see if the time machine will work properly. It sounds like I'm not the one holding things back, at least. The holes will... Hole apostrophe S. The hole will break through to the other side soon, after all. Right now, I'm sawing away at the ceiling boards on the first floor. Ooh, she's made a lot of progress, okay.
Mhm.
I'd probably break through it easily if I gave it a big stomp. But that would make noise, so I can't. How frustrating. Faster. Hurry up. I'm getting impatient. I grit my teeth. I wipe the sweat dripping from my forehead. I continue moving the saw quietly, slowly. Then,
よし
all right! I cut all the way through the first floor's ceiling boards. I hold on to the cutout to keep it from falling. Then I hold it out to Daru, who is working off to the side.
できたよ
It's done!
おう
Whoa.
ナイちゃん氏
You work
仕事
fast.
早いね
Maybe he recognized how capable I am, at least a little. I feel like smiling. Daru walks over and looks down the hole. Even with the hole all the way through, the lower floor is pitch black and we can't see anything. The outside shutters are closed and there are no other windows, so it's only natural.
つうかこ
But how
の
am
大
I
きさの
supposed to
穴
get
じゃ
through there?
僕通れなくね
太郎おじさん
What?
が通るつもりだったの
You wanted to get
そ
through?
んなの無理だよ
That's impossible! The gap is barely big enough for me to pass through.
じゃあナイちゃ
Then,
ん氏
are you heading down, Nai-chan-chi?
行って何をすればいいの
What would you want me to do?
Turn on the TV, duh.
とりあえず42
Check to make sure the
がつくかどうか
42-inch
調べる
TV turns on.
着いたら
And if it does?
Turn it
それでナイちゃん氏の仕事
on. Then your
は
work is
終わ
done.
り
着かなかったら
What if it doesn't?
Then
世界
the
が
world is screwed.
やばい
Dots. It sounds like he doesn't have any backup plan if it doesn't turn on. And honestly, I start thinking that not turning on might be for the best. But I think it's just anxiety over being involved in something this big. That is like a person from another world. I don't know for sure that he'll even be here tomorrow. He might disappear completely, taking the time machine with him. I don't even have the courage to ask him why he lied the other day. No matter how much he lies, I have no choice but to trust him. And that makes me anxious. I'd rather be in a situation where no progress can be made without me around.
勝手だな、私。
I'm so selfish.
勝手って何か
Selfish? About what?
別に何でも。
Nothing. Never mind. Anyway, I'm the one who has to descend to the lower floor. Using a rope I bought, I slowly drop down into the store. I use a pen light to illuminate the area. CRT TVs are piled up, almost touching the ceiling. I could use them as footholds, but I feel like they'd tumble over the moment I touch them, so I don't. Dad would always get mad at me when I tried touching the stacks of TVs.
行かない。
Listen, I
危ないから
stacked them up
絶
real
対に触るんじゃない
carefully,
ぞ
so you should never touch
絶
them.
妙な
It'd
バ
be
ランスで
dangerous if they
積んであ
got
るんだからな
unbalanced.
もし下手にいじ
One
ったら
wrong move, and you'd be buried alive
ダウンタウンの
and
山
burned
で
onto the
生
bronze
き
tube
埋めになっちゃう
TVs.
ぞ
I enjoy your comments, Spooky. There's an agent in the brown tube workshop just looking up at the ceiling as a saw goes through it, Looney Tunes style. Perfect. The store is even dustier than the floor above. I feel like coughing, but I desperately hold it back. Dots. I look around at the store again. I remember all of this. It's like it's been frozen in time since 2 years ago. The store I'd always play at. Daddy's store. The chair he would always sit in is still right there. On the small table sits a newspaper from August of 2 years ago.
お父さん。
Daddy. I feel like crying. Is it because the dust is stinging my eyes? Or because I remember Daddy's face?
Both.
はいガード
Here's the cord.
I see Dadu's face peering down from the hole above as he dangles the extension cord. I take it and walk toward the 42-inch TV at the back of the store. How weird. When I look at it now, it doesn't seem that big. Because you're bigger, Nighttime, you grew up. But 2 years ago, I didn't think you could find a TV this big in the entire world. Of course, it's still big compared to LCD TVs of the same screen size. I wonder if it's because I've grown. Or because I'm used to seeing the massive TV in the Akia family's living room.
Probably both.
Yeah. Either way, it makes me kind of sad. Thinking of these things, I plug the 42-inch TV's power cord into the extension cord socket. After a gulp, I try pressing the main power switch at the bottom of the TV. Dots. More dots.
つかない。
It's not turning on.
リモコンある
Is there a remote?
I know exactly where the 42-inch TV's remote control is kept. It's on a shelf near the chair where Dad would always sit. As always, that's where I found it. I swap in the brand batteries Dadu tossed at me, point it at the TV, and press the power button. But the remote doesn't make it turn on either. I tried a few more times, but it was no good. Is it because I wished for this?
Don't tell me you're a gigolo maniac too, Nai.
Oh
Not
my
like
goodness.
this.
I hoped that it wouldn't turn on. I shouldn't have done that. This TV is something Dad put his heart into maintaining.
Busted, huh? I had a bad feeling, considering it's been left alone for 2 years.
どうするの？
What should we do?
どうするも何も
There's nothing we can do. The mission is over.
終了？
I mean, my thought is that, like, you might need to get in there and, like, blow on some of the dusty components. But I don't know.
I mean,
It is kind of just a box, isn't it?
it also has a, like, vacuum, too. Like, it's dangerous
Oh,
to
yeah.
fuck around and find out with CRTs.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah.
Wait, it's over?
だって
The 42-inch
42
TV won't turn on.
話にならんし
It's all useless.
In a panic, I shout loudly.
修理私がするから。
I'll fix it!
Give it a good old whack.
し
Shh.
I hurriedly cover my mouth. Daru waves me over with his hand and lowers the rope down the hole. I climb back up to the upper floor. Back in elementary school, I was pretty good at the climbing rope in the playground. Climbing up and down a rope is easy if you know how.
Yeah. A lot of things are easy if you know how.
After waiting for me to get back up, Daru opens his mouth.
もう一度言うけど
I'll say it one
ミッ
more
ションは
time.
これで終
The
了
mission's
だ
over.
撤収
I
作
need to
業に
start
入るんで
withdrawing.
修理できるよ。
It can be repaired. When I say this, Daru looks at me with doubt in his eyes.
無理っしょ
Not gonna
だってあ
happen.
のテ
A
レビ
TV
の
that
大き
big
さ
won't
じゃ
fit through the
そ
hole
この
or the
穴も
bathroom
トイレの
window.
窓も通せないしシャッター開けて外
And
に
if you
持ち
open
出
the
したら
shutters to take it
あの
outside,
黒服
Black
連中
City
に
people
見つ
will
かってア
spot
ウト
us,
だ
so
し
that's out.
外に持ち出す必要なんてないよ。
We don't have to take it outside.
じゃあ誰
And
が
then we'll
直
fix
す
it.
I literally just said I would. Me!
Nika. I was cleaning around the shrine earlier and saw that one striped cat I know you like. I can't remember his name though.
Aw. Kitty. That's Sagat. I hadn't seen him around in a while, so I was super worried. I'm glad he's okay.
Cat talk.
Yay. Kitty. So cute.
いやいやいや
No, no, no.
ブラウン管テレビの
I
修理
can't
は
ask an
素
amateur
人
to
に
repair
は
a
おすす
CRT
めできない
TV.
一歩間違
I
え
hear
れば
that if you make one
感
wrong
電して死ぬ
move,
こ
you'll
と
be
もあるって聞
electrocuted,
いた
even
わ
with
け
it
だが
unplugged.
Ah.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's always a risk with electronics, but I feel like the bigger risk with CRTs is you can explode.
Yeah.
So. Marissa got sound familiar. Oh, it's a Street Fighter character. Ah. So already back to the fighting games.
Oh my goodness, Nai really is a Street Fighter girly. I love that for her.
それはちゃんと放電できていれば大丈夫。
It's fine if you
42
discharge it first.
2
That
年間
42-inch TV
電源
hasn't
を入
been
れて
turned
なか
on
った
in
よ。
2 years.
もしかして
Is this something you know a
詳しい
lot about? It's a Braun 2 workshop, buddy.
Yeah. I nod enthusiastically.
昔お父さんにちょっとだけ教わったから。
My dad taught me a little.
The vacuum tube busting is related to the whole electrocution thing. Ah,
でもちょっとだけっしょ
only a little. Daru. She's 13. Yes, only a little.
そうだけど。
Yeah, but
でも直せる可能性はちょっとでもあるわけだし。
that means there's at least a little chance of fixing it.
諦めちゃうよりいいん
I
じゃない
think
か
that's
なって。
better than giving up.
私でもできる修理方法だけでも
I
試さ
want
せ
to
て
at
ほ
least
しい
try
です
fixing it, as far as I'm able.
危なくない？
Would that be dangerous?
コンデンサとかフューズとか
I don't know
そ
about
の
the
辺は私も
capacitors
詳しく
or
わからないから
fuses, so
いじらず
I
に
won't fiddle with those.
いじらず
You
に。
won't fiddle with them?
電源回路のプリント基
But I
板
can
をチ
check
ェ
the
ックし
power
ようと思う
supply and circuit boards.
そこが壊れてるか
You
も
think
し
they
れんっ
might
て
be
こ
the
と？
issue?
劣化してハンダ割れしてるんじゃないかと
The solder might have deteriorated and cracked. I learned how to solder during handicrafts in elementary school, and Dad taught me a bit as well.
Isn't it solder? Despite the spelling.
It might be.
I'm pretty sure it is. Wow, I know a thing about a word that you don't.
I mean, I've heard soldering said before,
Yeah,
but
I am right. Haha, I taught you a word. The terms
Haha.
have tabled.
I mean, I knew what soldering was for sure. I guess I don't see it written out much. But yeah, it's definitely soldering. Okay.
Mhm.
I have never learned how to solder, so.
Neither have I.
Mhm. Uncle Dado had me buy a battery-powered soldering iron during the first shopping trip, so I can use that.
Convenient.
Perfect.
だから基板に追いハンダを全部やってみるの
I'll try resoldering the circuit boards. Resoldering means adding more solder to already soldered connections.
Uh-huh. Never would have guessed.
I remember Dad told me before that degradation over time can result in cracks forming in solder.
それでもう一度つくかどうか試
After
す
that, I'll test it again to see if it turns on.
どう
What do you think?
かな
Uncle Dado thinks for a while.
それ以外
And
は
you
やら
won't do
ない。
anything more than that?
やらない
I
という
won't.
か
Or more
や
like,
れない
I can't. I honestly tell him what I'm capable of.
だからやらせて
Please,
ください
let me do it. I look him straight in the eye and ask. Daru lets out a little sigh.
今のセリフさ、
Could you say that line in a sweeter, more doting manner?
うん
Dots. I don't really understand what he means, but I know that it's something perverted.
Mm-hmm.
I glare at him and he stands up straight and forces a smile.
一つ
They say
一
that
つ
if you try
やれる
everything you
ことを
can,
こなしてい
one
け
by
ば
one, we'll
いつか
eventually
フラ
raise a
グは
flag.
立つとか言う。
太郎おじさん
Not with Nai, I don't think. Uncle Daru.
これエロゲ
This is
攻
an
撃の
ironclad
鉄則なの
eroge
だぜ。
strategy.
はい
Sure.
まあ
Well,
危険が
if you're
ない
not going to
っつう
try
なら
anything dangerous,
試して
I
み
think
る
it's
価値
worth
はあると
trying.
思われ。
頑張る
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do whatever I can. First, I have to remove the outer cover. I use a screwdriver to remove the screws, but it's pretty tough to see them with only a pen light. The heat, stuffy air, and lack of sleep combine to dull my mind. I've been in here for almost 6 hours today. Staying for too long probably isn't good.
ねえ太郎おじさん
Hey, Uncle Daru,
I don't
can I
know
ask you
this
something again?
していい
I call up to the floor above without being too loud.
どうして今だったの
Why now?
どういうこ
What do you
と？
mean?
Daru pokes his head through the hole. It reminds me of an upside-down whack-a-mole machine.
太郎おじさんが秋葉原に戻ってきたのはどうして
Why
今だ
did
った
you
の
return
か
to
なって
Akihabara now, of all times? Right at the start, he told me he had been abroad.
He also told you he was a hostage for 1.5 years out of the 2 years has been gone.
Yup. But he also said he returned to Japan half a year ago. What was he doing in that time? Why did he decide to return here in July?
I can think of a reason, but you know.
Before, he told me he had business to take care of, but he wouldn't tell me why it had to be now.
Have you heard rumors about the solar storm?
太陽嵐
Solar storm?
To put it simply, it's a storm of invisible magnetic energy flying from the sun. It's been a pretty big deal lately. They say the largest magnetic storm ever is coming. When something like that reached the Earth, it drive electronics haywire.
壊れちゃうっていうこと
Does that mean they would break?
Yep, and on a global scale, the solar storm would endanger the world.
本当に来るの
Is it really coming?
And that's the question. Even specialists can't agree on that. But if it did, the damage would be unimaginable. I'm sure it would take a long time just to rebuild basic infrastructure. The establishment put in place to support roads, schools, hospitals, the economy, the general welfare of the public, and more. Recently, this word has seen use when describing communications, related things, TV, radio, phone, internet, etc. I mean, that makes sense because, you know, phone poles and shit.
Yeah.
Which would make it a whole lot harder to successfully send email. So that's why I came talking about it now, just in case.
Huh. While we were talking, I finished removing all of the screws.
Kind of ironically, with like the whole like solar flares and shit, I think I remember hearing about people being concerned about those last year too.
Yup.
But nothing
Yep.
happened. Shocking.
I know the planet has encountered one before, but I think it was back in history before electronics were widespread.
Fair enough.
Something like that. I would have to look it up to remember, but yeah. I basically have to hook the big cover to remove it. There was a lot of dust on it, so my clothes might be really dirty. It's too dark to check now, though.
カバー外れた
I got the cover off.
Think you can manage?
えーっと
It's too dark to tell.
まだわかんない
I don't know yet.
他のパーツに邪魔されて基板がまだ見えないから
Other parts are in the way, so I can't see the circuit boards yet.
Just disassemble those then.
He says it like it's easy. It's my first time taking apart a TV. I need to remember the order I disassemble it in. If I don't, I'm not sure I'll be able to put it back together. It's gonna be a challenge. But I have to do it. If not, I won't be able to send the email.
Late today too? Is your study session going well? What are you doing about dinner? Eating at your friend's house? I'll make something if you're coming. Get back TV. Please let me know.
帰らなきゃ
I need to go home. I can't make the Akia family worry. I tell them I'll be late because I'm studying at a friend's house. Even telling them a little lie like that really hurts my heart. But I don't want to make them worry anymore.
No, they skipped your birthday. Shameful.
I was wondering. I'm on the rooftop, gazing absent-mindedly at the sky. To avoid the agent's detection, I'm as far from the edges as I can get and keeping my head down. I wanted a breath of fresh air after staying in that dusty room for so long. It was getting hard to breathe. In the end, my test results were mixed. My social studies test from day 2 was especially bad, just barely meeting the average score. Rubiho even tried consoling me. But I didn't learn my lesson. I even skipped my team activities to be here today. I couldn't help but make a sound. I focus on my fingertips, holding the pen light in my mouth. The soldering iron's in my right hand, and the solder is in my left. Oh. I press the two together on the spot on the circuit board I want to solder, creating a little sulfur pall as the faint smell of melting lead wafts into the air. Yesterday, and today, from after school until evening, I've been doing this delicate work in the dark store. The 42 TV. The 42-inch TV circuit board is really big, too. There are a huge number of spots with solder on them. I've spent several hours on it since yesterday, but I've only resoldered about half.
I'm sorry, Spooky. I didn't realize they had any other options about where they fixed the CRT TV.
Yeah. It's because I work so slow. Thinking like that makes me even more tense.
Who knows, man? Maybe they already bought the solder without thinking about it.
Yeah. I said I'd do this myself, and I think of it as my last chance at sending an email. I'm so nervous that my fingers are shaking. I guess my rooftop break didn't help. I let out a big sigh. I wonder how Uncle Dado's work is coming along. If he's almost done, I might end up being cut from the team. It's just the two of you, oh my goodness. Speaking of which, I've heard quiet chatter that I can't quite make out coming from upstairs for a while now. But Dado's the only one on the second floor? Is he on the phone? Who's he talking to? The soldering iron's batteries are about to run out, so I'll check while I replace them. Phew. When I climb to the second floor, I see Dado reclining on the sofa, not doing his work.
Actually.
He's munching on snacks while talking on the phone.
Yeah, that's right. I can't keep going at this rate. But I refuse. If you think of something, I'm fine with whatever. Hey, give me a break on the budget. Oh, whatever. Just take care of it today. For real? Sweet. Then can you get Vote too? You okay? You didn't come to practice today. What happened? Yamanaka-senpai was super mad. Are you feeling under the weather? Want me to come visit? No. There's no response option.
Yeah.
Whoa. Lol. Okay. Lol. Lol.
Dots. He seems to be enjoying himself. It doesn't look like he has an ounce of tension.
Nai-chan-ji.
He suddenly calls out to me, which makes me jump.
僕さちょっと
I'm
出かけ
heading
てく
outside
る
for a
んで
bit. How?
出かけるの？
You're going outside?
出かけられるの？
Can you even get outside? It's been about a week since Daru holed up in here. He hasn't left once since then. It's really difficult for Daru to get his fat body through that tiny bathroom window. It's difficult for me too, since I have to help. Also,
ダルおじさん狙われてるんだよ。出
aren't
歩
they
いた
after
りし
you,
たら
Uncle Daru?
すぐ見つ
They
かっ
might
ちゃうか
find
も。
you if you walk around outside.
捕まったらどうするの？
What'll you do if they catch you?
おー
Whoa.
ナイ
Night
ちゃん
Shanji.
も
Are
しか
you
して
worried
心配
about
して
me?
くれてるん？だったらちょっと上
In
目
that
遣いで
case,
さ
Please look
行
up
か
at
ない
me
で
and
お
beg.
兄ちゃん
Don't go,
って引き止め
Oni-chan,
プ
to
リ
make
ー
me
ズ
stay.
そした
I'll
ら
stay for
僕
life if
一
you
生ここ
do.
に引きこもるんでニート最高す
I'll
ぎ
go
る
neat forever.
働いたら
To
負け
work
か
is
な
to
と思
lose
って
anyway.
る
Goodness.
またそうやって
Again with this? He always starts joking when he wants to dodge around an issue. Opens front
お
door.
じさんは一人じゃここから出ていくこともできないと思う。
I doubt you can get out of here by yourself.
あのトイレの窓くぐり抜けるには私がおじさんのお尻を
To
押
get
さ
through
ない
that
と無
bathroom
理だよ。
window, you need me to push you.
またナイちゃん氏にお尻
And
触
the
って
thought of
も
you
らえる
touching
と
my
か
butt
胸
again makes my
熱
chest burn up.
我々の
That's a
業界
reward
で
in
は
my
ご褒
world.
美です
何のために出かけるの？
Why do you need to go outside?
ナイちゃん氏
Night Chanchi.
これだけは
There's
覚
one
えてお
thing
いて
you
ほ
need
しい
to
んだけど
remember.
男にはロ
Sometimes,
マンの
a
た
guy
めに
has to put
命
his
をか
life
け
on
な
the
きゃ
line
な
for
ら
his
ない時が
ambitions.
あるんだこれは
It's
女
just
子
in
に
our
は絶
nature.
対理解で
It's
き
something
ない
that girls can never
男
understand.
の差がなわけで
Sure.
Uh-huh. Dots. Putting one's life on the line? His jokey attitude has all but disappeared. Daru looks straight at me with a glint in his eyes. I don't think those are lying eyes. After I push Daru's big butt through the bathroom window, we exit onto the sidewalk from the rear building and head to the station together. After walking for a while, I'm startled to see a man walking towards us from the front. I hurriedly grab Daru by the hand and take cover in the shadow of a staircase past the nearby ramen shop.
じゃあナイ
Wait,
ちゃん
Night
氏
Chanchi.
こんな
Are you planning to get violent with me in a dark place like this? Like an arrow dojin, just like an arrow attention.
エロ同人みたいにやめなくて OK だ
It's okay. Don't stop.
Shush! I forcibly covered Daru's mouth with my hand.
前から黒服が歩いてきた。
An agent came walking towards us.
マジ
Really?
I nod. I saw that agent when I came here after school, too. He was in a car parked in front of Dad's building then. So why was he walking through here? I can't believe we'd end up running into each other. I watch as the agent passes by the ramen shop and stops in front of the building we've been using to enter and exit. He sits on the sidewalk railing and starts fiddling with his cell phone. He could spot us right away from there if we exit onto the sidewalk. And what's worse, he might attempt to check the building. If he goes up to the hallway of the second floor, Did you lock it behind? Oh no, wait, it's the other building. Had to think about it for a second. He'd see the extension cord we plugged in to power the lab. He would definitely figure out that Dad has been there. I need to shift his attention.
What do we do?
Uncle Dadu speaks up from behind me.
私が注意を引きつけるから、その間に駅へ向かって。
I'll distract him. Head to the station while I do.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie?
That was a long pause. You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got distracted for a second, but I'm good.
How dare you get distracted?
Yeah. I remember someone using that strange expression before.
It was his daughter.
No.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
That's Suzuha, the part-timer. I only knew her for a short time. I wonder what she's doing now. In the end, I never actually got to ride her bike. With that on my mind, I walk out onto the sidewalk, looking nonchalant. Right then, I see the agent put away his cell phone and stand up to enter the building. No! I reflexively speak to him. The agent seems startled and looks in my direction. My heart's pounding. I feel like it's going to come flying out of my mouth. But I have to do something. I muster my courage and walk towards the agent.
なんだお前は。
Who are you?
What should I do if he captures me? What if he stabs me?
Don't give him any reason to, duh.
My knees shake.
Oops. な、
前にも
You were around here before, weren't you?
あ
What?
私あなたのこと
I saw you on the street
この裏の道にある
around here
大
in
檜山
front
ビル
of
の
the
前で見かけました
Okayama building.
1ヶ月ぐらい
I
前
think
だっ
it
た
was
と思いま
about
す
a month ago.
人違いだろ。
You got the wrong guy.
私大檜山ビルのオーナーなん
I'm
ですけ
the
ど
owner of the Okayama building.
どうしてこの辺をうろうろしてるんですか
Why are you hanging around here? The agent goes quiet. You're mighty suspicious, mister. I'll tell the cops. Dots. Our conversation freezes up. I need to keep it going. I need him to stay focused on me.
あなたはお父さんの知り合いですか
Did you know my dad? I check on the ramen shop out of the corner of my eye. There, I see Daru hurrying out to the sidewalk.
お父さんに手を
Did you
合わせ
come
に
to
来てく
pay
れた。
your respects or something?
だったらお墓の方にお
In
願
that
いし
case,
ます。
you'd have to go to the cemetery.
仏壇は今は
I don't have a household altar for him right now.
処分したわけじゃないんです。
I
そんな
didn't
の
get rid of it
で
though.
きるわけ
But
ない
there's no
です。
way I could do that. My
お母
mommy's
さん
in
だって
there.
入っているんだ。お父さんは宗教のこととか
My
あ
dad
んまり
wasn't
気に
very
しなかった
religious,
けど、
so he didn't care.
やっぱ
But
り
I want the
お
two
母
of
さん
them
と
to
一
be
緒
in
の
the
とこ
same
ろに
place.
入っていてほしいし。ただ私は今
It's just I'm
居
staying
候
with some
の
other
身だ
people
から
right now. So I
それで
知らん。
I don't care.
The agent suddenly brushes me aside and tries to walk away. No! If he goes that way, he'll find Daru.
待って。
Wait! My mind went blank. Without realizing it, I was standing in the agent's way. Thoughts. Oh no, that's him.
もし
Yeah.
お父さんと関係ないなら
If you knew my dad,
来
please
ないで
don't
く
come
だ
here
さい。
anymore.
この辺りをうろうろされると私
It's really frustrating to have people hanging around.
お願いします。
Please.
このガキか。
Some kid.
Then the agent's cell phone rings.
はい。
Yes.
はい。
Yes, yes.
はい。
Understood.
了解。
The agent gives the person calling him some vague responses and he clicks his tongue at me and walks off in the opposite direction. He shouldn't bump into Daru if he goes that way. Did we manage to get off scot-free? I don't see Uncle Daru anywhere. After looking around, I weakly crouch down and curl up on the spot. My heart's still racing. I take a few deep breaths. Anyway, I need to contact Daru. We had decided beforehand that if we got split up, we would make contact by phone and find a way to meet up. Good, we love thinking ahead. I tried calling the number that Daru gave me before we left the lab.
うん
Hmm? There's a long silence. Normally, you'd hear the ringtone. I tilt my head in puzzlement then.
おかけになった電話番号は
The number you have
現在
dialed
使わ
is
れ
not
ておりません。
currently in use.
番号をお確かめに
Please
なっ
check the
て
number
おか
and
け
try
直しくだ
again.
さい。
Huh? I almost stopped breathing.
あれ
What?
あれ
What? I try calling a few more times. But every time, I get the currently not in use message.
おかしいな。
That doesn't make sense. Did I type in the wrong number when I put him in my phone? Ugh, I can't believe I'd make a mistake like this. I hate myself. What should I do? I gave Daru my phone number, so he might call me eventually. But just in case, should I just wait for him at the lab? As I think, I reflexively stand up with a start. I look around. There are lots of passing cars, and a good number of pedestrians. They all pass me by without so much as a glance. What if What should I do if Daru doesn't come back? Daru tried to start packing up the moment he learned the 42-inch TV didn't work. I stopped him, saying that I could repair it. But what if he doesn't believe me? What if he just vanishes? I have no way of contacting him. I can't do anything about it. All I can do is wait. Wait all alone for someone who will never return.
そんなの嫌だよ。
I don't want that.
見えてる風景が
Everything
死
I
んでい
see
くの。
is dying. All the
色が
colors going black and white.
白黒になっていくの。
Unable to stand it, I desperately hold on to my own body. I'm so anxious it's crushing me. Am I really going to be left alone again? Something happening and ending without me even knowing. I'm only learning about it later. It's lonely and sad and painful. Of course, there's no guarantee that Daru will never come back.
探さなきゃ。
I need to search for him. He couldn't have gone far yet. I'm sure I'll find him right away. It's evening now, so there are more people walking on the streets. Daru stands out though. I'd notice if I saw him walking around. I tried looking inside the parts shop we hid him before. But I didn't see him around, and the employee said he hadn't seen him either. Besides Rumiho, there's only one other lab mem from 2 years ago left in this town. Luka. Her house is at Yanabayashi Shrine across Mansaibashi. I figured Daru might have gone to visit his old fellow lab mem and dropped by. But Luka was away at college, and her family said that nobody like Daru had visited them. It's getting dark. I can't find him. I can't do anything. It's impossible to find a single person in a town this big without any clues. And given that I couldn't find him after all this searching, Daru has probably already left Akihabara. In the end, not sure where to go, I came back here. I thought Daru might have come back. It was just a tiny flicker of hope. But after sneaking through the bathroom to get in, I didn't see him anywhere.
Miss each other. Sounds like you visited the shrine earlier. I'm sorry. I just got back. Do you need something from me? Please call.
I opened the door to the shower room just in case, but nobody was inside. Dots. I sit down on the sofa, and fatigue suddenly washes over me. I can only wait. I'm sure Daru will come back. I just have to believe and wait.
ハンダ付けの作業しなきゃ。
I need to keep soldering. To be honest, I should have headed home by now. But I wouldn't want to miss Daru by doing that. My body is completely exhausted after running around everywhere, but I managed to stand up and head downstairs. However, my crushing anxiety makes it so I can't focus on my work. Thoughts. Ah.
もしもし
Mushy mushy. Hello.
Sleep well, Bear. Thank
My-
you so much for hanging out. Have a good lurk.
Yes. Have lovely sleeps. My brain works so good. Mushy mushy.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Nai, where are you? You shouldn't be wandering around this late, Nya.
ドギホお姉ちゃん
Rumiho.
確かにこの前
You know
は
I said you should get it out and play more,
それにしても
but this is
羽
a
をさせ
little much, Nya.
中学生なんだから
You're
何
in
時
middle
に帰れば
school.
いい
You
か
should
ちゃんと自
know
分で判断し
know
な
not
き
to
ゃ
be
ダメだよ
out so late.
それよりお姉ちゃん太郎おじさんから連絡あった
Rumiho, has Daru contacted you at all?
Nya,
ダルニャ
Darunya.
そういえばこの前も
That reminds
前
me.
はダルニャの
You
ことを
mentioned
聞いてきた
Darunyan
ね
before.
どう
Why are
して
you
そんな
asking
に気にな
about
る
him,
の
Nya?
まさか
Don't
ダ
tell
ルニャ
me.
ンと一緒にい
You're
るの
with
に
Darunyan?
うん
No. He's not here. He won't come back.
とにかく
Anyway,
今日はもう帰
come
ってく
home,
る
Nya.
ね
Papa and
も
Mama
心
are
配してる
worried.
し
わかったごめんなさい
I got it. I'm sorry.
は
No. I can't do anything. As a child, no matter how important my business may be, staying out late at night will get me a scolding. It's not like I'm staying out late just to stay out late. It's just really frustrating that I can't even search for someone by myself. There aren't many people left in Akihabara. All of the shops are closing up. Once all the shutters close, the sidewalk is dark. Even as I walk back, I'm still looking for signs of Daru. I look at the face of every man who passes by. But he's not here. Not anywhere. He's gone. Then, when I was below UPX... Akihabara was all but deserted. At the table of an open cafe with no other customers, I see a large frame sitting there. The silhouette alone was enough. There's no mistaking that sight.
太郎おじさん
Daru! I instinctively run up to him.
ん
Well,
お
oh, ナイちゃん
し
ち。
I was searching so desperately for him, but he greets me without the slightest hint of concern.
どうして連絡くれなかったのずっと探してたのに
Why didn't you contact me? I've been searching this whole time. But as I said this, I realized that there was someone with Daru. Someone I'd never seen.
Yuki-tan?
Definitely not a lab mem.
Yuki-tan. Or...
He's wearing a classy suit like a big shot salary man, but he doesn't seem that much older than Daru.
Definitely not Yuki-tan.
No. He has sharp eyes and kind of reminds me of a snake. In his hand is a bank envelope. Who is this man? Is he the person Daru was talking to on the phone before leaving? Just based on the atmosphere here, that doesn't seem to be the case.
じゃ、そういうこ
Anyway,
とで。
that should settle it.
Daru says this to, I assume, end their conversation. The snake man hands Daru the envelope without saying a word. He stands up, then, after taking a glance at me, bows slightly and walks off.
次はさ、
Next
コミ
up,
ック L を
I need
ちゃ
to
んと
get
手に入れといて
Comic
よ。
Gero.
Despite Daru shouting this, the snake man doesn't even look back, disappearing in the direction of the station. He didn't even try to say anything. It was a little creepy.
今の人は
Who was that?
I guess you could
協力者って
say
や
a
つ
collaborator.
A collaborator? Daru ends his explanation there and stands up in a hurry. He looks around, then starts walking off swiftly, as if I'm not even here. I can understand why he's in a hurry, given that the agents are after him, but... It's like he ignored me, and it's pretty hurtful.
できれば連絡欲しかった。
You could have contacted me.
電話して合流するって話だったでしょ。
Didn't we agree to call each other and meet back up?
2時間ぐらいあちこち探したんだけど見つからなくてラボで待ってたの。
I looked around for 2 hours and couldn't find you, so I was waiting at the lab.
私の方から連絡できなかったのはごめんなさい。
I'm sorry I couldn't call you.
携帯に連絡先を登録したとき
I must have typed in the wrong number when I was making the contact on my cell phone.
そうなん
Really?
どれ
Let me see.
Daru appears at my cell phone screen. I show him the number.
ああ、ごめん
Oh,
ごめん。
whoopsie
それ教
daisy.
えた僕の
I'm the
方が
one
間
who
違
made
って
the
たわ。
mistake.
What?
いや
Well,
最近
I've
携帯
been
の
changing
番号
cell
しょっ
phone
ちゅう変え
numbers
て
a
る
lot
から
lately,
自
so
分
even
で
I
ちっ
have
と
a
も
hard time
覚えられんつう
remembering.
か。
Thoughts. Why?
さあせん。
My bad.
あ、
Oh,
許せ
if
な
you
いって
can't
言う
forgive
なら
me, you can
後で
stop
踏んづけて
over
もらっ
me
ても
later.
OK
No need to
だお。
hold back.
心置きな
My
くや
goodness.
ろう。
どうしてそんなに軽いの？
How can you take this so lightly? The words virtually slip out. Daru doesn't seem to notice my muttering and checks the inside of the envelope while walking. I almost trip when I see what's in there. That's a lot of money. Hundreds of 10,000 yen notes. I've only seen bundles of cash like that in manga and on TV.
それって
Is that...
中野で合流す
It's
るため
money
の
for
資
some
金だお。
Nakano fun.
Nakano?
やっぱさ、文化
People
的
start
な
to rot if
潤い
they
がな
don't
いと
enrich
人
themselves
間っ
with
て腐
culture.
っていくっつ
Oh,
う
and
か。
I'm talking about the
ここで
Fujoshi
有
kind
機
of
されって
rot.
のは不女子的な意味じゃないんで。とにかく僕はそろそろ我慢なら
And
な
I'm
くな
getting
って
pretty
た
right
わけ。
myself. I
電話
can't
レン
build a
ジ
phone
作って
wave
る
like
場合じゃ
this.
ねえって。とにかくこの2年
It's been 2
近く
years since I last checked on a new eroge. I want to play one of those, buy a ton of Erodojin, and do some full session anime binge
ア
watching
ニメ全話視
marathons.
聴マラソンとかしたいんだお。でもお金なんて全く
But I
な
don't
いっ
have
し
the
ょ。
money for that,
だから
so I
こう
needed
し
to
て
find some
カンパしてく
collaborators
れ
to
る協力者に
compensate.
来てもらったってわけ。
そのために
And you're saying...
そうそう。
Yep.
そのため
And
に
that's why I
今日は
wanted
出
to get
かけたん
outside
だお。
today.
All of that work just for this?
どうして
Why?
Nai
Nai-chanchi, can you take this bundle of cash and slap me across the face with it? I always wanted to try.
I mean, he deserves it. Why?
Yeah?
どうしてふざけるの？
Why are you always messing around?
Because otherwise he has to deal with the thought of World War III happening because he and his friends made a time machine.
どうして
Why? My vision blurs. He's looking at me like I'm the one causing him trouble. I get even angrier at him. I was crying before I realized it.
教えてもらわなくても
No, I get why you didn't want to tell me.
分かってるよ
I get that.
タロおじさんにとって私はどうでもいい存在なんだ
To you, I don't even matter.
But
仲間でもなくてラボメンでもなくて
I'm not your ally, not a lab mem.
ただの部外者だもんねただの知り合いだもんね
I'm just an outsider, a mere acquaintance.
でも私だって好きでただの知り合いになったわけじゃ
But I didn't choose to just be a mere acquaintance.
一人で戻ってこない人を待つのは
I'm sick of waiting all alone for people who never come back.
私は当事者
I
に
want to be involved.
なのに真面目な話をすることも
You
許し
won't
ても
even
らえ
talk to
ない
me
なんて
seriously.
I
もういいよ
I'm done. I wipe my tears with the back of my hand.
私もう
I won't go to Dad's
お
building
父さんの
anymore.
ビルには行きません足手まといみたいなので
I'm just getting in the way. I quit.
だからどこにでも
So go wherever you want, I'm alone. I said all there was to say. I ran off in the opposite direction from Daru. I didn't even look back.
な
Nai,
遅い
you're
にゃ
late now.
一人だけ心
Do you
配
know
した
how
と
much we work?
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
な
Wait, Nai.
Making sure to avoid eye contact with Rumiho, I rushed into my room. Once I'm inside, I curl up in the corner of my bed. I'm tired. Between Daru and my exams, I haven't gotten any decent sleep for an entire week. I'll take the day off school tomorrow just to sleep. Then I'll get back to my regular life. I'll go back to spending every day with the wonderful people of the Akia family. That's the life of 13-year-old Tennoji Nai. I shouldn't associate myself with such a strange animal. It's better this way. Sniffle. Aw. Thinking about today's events makes me want to start crying again. Or makes me start crying again. Sorry. I hurry to bury my face in my knees.
なえ
Nai,
Hi,
can I come in?
I didn't tell her it was okay to enter, but Rumiho comes right into the room and sits next to me on the bed.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
何かあった
Did something happen?
No. Cute CG. Ferris is so woo-woo.
Yes.
That's... I shake my head, still hiding my face. But
嘘泣
That's
い
a
てた
lie.
の
You're crying.
泣いてない
I'm not crying.
泣いてた
You were.
泣いてない
I wasn't.
じゃあ顔上げてみて
Then raise your head.
I can't do that.
ルミホお姉ちゃんいつものニャンニャン語はどうしたの
What happened to your usual Nyan Nyan talk?
それを言わないお姉ちゃんはお姉ちゃんじゃない
You don't sound like you without it.
覚えてる
Back when I
私が苗
found
を
you,
見つけた時も
you were crying just
そんな
like
風に
this.
泣き
You
べそ
remember?
書いてたね
Dots.
一緒に来る？
Do you want to come with me?
一緒においで。
Let's go. Together.
あの時みたいに
You can trust me.
私を頼っ
Just
て
like
も
you
いい
did
んだ
back
よ。
then, okay?
辛いって
You can tell me if you're troubled
言って
or
もいいんだ
hurting.
よ。
Dots. Rumiho gently strokes my head. She rests my head on her shoulder. I feel her warmth. I'm not going to be able to hold back my tears.
ルミホお姉ちゃん、
Rumiho ne-chan,
私は
I
当事者に。
want to be involved.
当事者？
Involved.
Yay,
先
hip
週
hop.
ダルおじさんを見つけて。
Last week, I found Daru.
Yeah.
そうだか
I
ら
see.
最近
That's why
ダ
you've
ル
been
ニャンのこと
asking
をい
about
ろいろ
Daddy
聞いてきた
Yan
んだ
so
ね。
much lately.
I nod and tell Rumiho everything that happened over the last week, getting caught up in my emotions several times along the way. The whole time, she kept gently rubbing my back. Thanks to her warmth, I felt a lot better by the time I finished the story.
未来ガジェット研究所
Future
の
Gadget
活動
Laboratory
か。
work, huh?
そんなこと
So that's what
してたんだ
you were
ね。
doing.
私は一生懸命頑張ったけど、
I worked as hard as I could,
ダルおじさんは私のこと
but it seems like Daru
信
didn't
じてくれてなかったみたい。
believe in me.
もちろんダルおじさんと私は2年前
I
も
mean, we
仲
were
が
never
良かった
super
わけじ
close
ゃ
or
ないし、
anything, even 2 years ago.
私はまだ中学生で頼りに
I
なら
know
ない
I'm
の
just a
は分か
middle
ってるけ
schooler,
ど、
and I'm not that reliable.
やっぱり一
But I
人だ
don't
け置
want
い
to
て
be
いかれ
left
たく
behind
な
all
んて
by myself.
ないよ。置いていかれたのは
You're not the only one
ない
who
一人
was
じゃない
left
よ。
behind, Nai.
Huh? After hearing these unexpected words, I look at Rumiho's face. She's smiling. But her smile looks so sad.
私も
I was
置いてい
left
かれちゃったから。
behind too.
Ah. That's right. Rumiho was a lab mem too. She must have had much deeper ties to them than I ever did. But she's here now, living her life in Akihabara. She didn't go away. Also, until I told her just now, she had no idea that Daru was back in Akihabara. It seems like she didn't hear anything from Daru or Okarin.
ないわ。どうし
Why
て
do you
当
want
事
to
者
be
になりた
involved,
いの？
Nai?
Dots.
置いていかれたくないから。
Because I don't want to be left behind.
ルミホお姉ちゃんだってみんなに置いていかれて
Weren't you
悲しかっ
sad
た
when
でしょ？
everyone left you behind?
私は悲しかった。
I was sad. I was sad.
何も知らないでいた自分。
I didn't know anything.
何も教えてもらえなかった自分。
Nobody told me anything.
お父さんにも誰にも
Not even Daddy.
信じてもらえてなかった自分。
Nobody trusted me.
そういう自分が嫌だった。
I started hating myself for that.
私がもっとちゃんとしてたら、もっと大人だったら
If I acted a little
置
more
いていかれる
seriously,
ことはな
if
かっ
I
た
were
の
more
か
like an
なって
adult,
今で
even
も思
now,
って。
I sometimes think I wouldn't have been left behind.
違うよ。
What's
ね
wrong, Nai?
Huh?
何も教えてもらえなか
The
った
reason
のは
nobody told you anything
ナイ
isn't
が信
because
じ
we
ても
didn't
らえなかっ
trust
たん
you.
じゃなくて、 苗が
It's because we were protecting you.
守られていた？
I was being protected?
少なくとも苗
At
の
the
お
very
父さん
least,
は苗
your
を
dad
守
died
るた
to
めに
keep you
亡くなった
safe
んだと思う。2年前
2 years ago.
あなたのお父さんが
On the day your dad took his own life,
自分
he
で
came
命
to
を絶った
visit
あ
my
の日ね
papa.
私の
What?
どんな話をしたのかは
I was in the room,
私は
so I
立ち
don't
会わ
know
なかった
everything
か
they
ら
talked
はっ
about.
きりとはわからないけれど苗のことを頼
But
む
my papa told me later that
苗
your
のこと
dad
ばかり
asked
心
him to
配して
look
いたっ
after
て
the only thing he
パ
cared
パは
about,
そう言ってたわ
you.
あなたのお父さんは
It seems your dad was
誰
being
かに追われ
pursued
て
by
いるみたいだっ
someone.
ただからきっと
I'm sure he did what
苗を
he
巻き添え
did
に
to
しない
keep you
ため
from
に
getting mixed up in everything.
Dots.
そんなの勝手だよ
That's too one-sided.
親というのはそう
My
いうも
papa
のだ
said
って
that's how parents are.
私のパパが言ってた自分の子供を危険
They
な
do
目に遭わ
anything
せ
in
な
the
いた
world
め
to
なら
keep their child out
ど
of
んなことでも
danger,
するんだって
like die.
それに
And
友達だってそう
friends are the same.
Rumiho pauses there and sadly smiles.
大事な友達を
To keep the
危
friends
ない
you
こと
really
に巻
care
き込ま
about
な
out
い
of
ようにする
danger.
ために
Sometimes you don't tell them
本
what's
当の
really
ことを
going
黙っ
on
ていた
or
り
tell white lies.
優しい嘘をついたりするのそういうことができる友
Having
達を
friends
持つこ
willing
とが
to
できた
go
ら
that far means you're
それ
truly
はとっても
blessed.
幸せなことなんだよ
I wonder if that's how Rumiho feels about all the lab mems who disappeared.
私は2年前
Right now,
当
I'm
事者
glad
じ
I
ゃなくて
wasn't
よか
fully
ったって
involved in what
今は
happened
思
2
ってる
years ago.
あの頃
Back
京
then,
馬の
I
様
only
子がおか
vaguely
しかったこ
realized
とは
that something was
なんとな
strange
く気
about
づいてたけ
Kyoma's
ど
behavior.
Yolma. That was the weird name that Uncle Okarin gave himself.
もし私が彼
If I
と
were
同
in
じ
his
立場だった
position,
ら
I
心
think
が
my
壊れ
mind
ちゃっ
would
てい
have
たと思う
broken. I mean, that's implying that his didn't.
守ってくれたみんな
I'm
に
grateful to everyone
感謝してい
who
るわ
protected me.
寂しそうな顔してるのに
But you look sad about it.
私の中で
In
は
my mind,
感謝と
gratitude
寂
and
しさは
sadness
矛
aren't
盾してないの
contradictory. Yeah.
どうして
How? I don't understand how she can feel both.
寂しくて
That little
胸の奥
stinging
がちょ
pain
っ
in
ぴ
the
りジュ
bottom
ク
of
ジュク
your
痛むの
chest
は
when
ね
you're sad
その人の記憶を
means that
自
you
分
have
の
memories
心
of
の深
someone
くに
etched
しっか
deeply
りと
into
刻
your
んでる
heart.
最中だから心っていうキャンバ
It's
スに
like someone cutting a
消え
wound
ない
into the
鉛筆で
canvas of your heart
一生
with
残る
permanent
傷を
ink,
つけてるの
leaving a scar that never goes away.
私の心にも
Is my heart the same way?
そう
It is.
その傷
That
は
wound will
ね
eventually turn into a
いつか
scab,
かさ
and
ぶ
a
たに
flower
な
will
って
bloom from it.
それからお花が咲くんだよかさぶたからお花は咲かないよ
Flowers don't grow from scabs.
I was wondering about that.
本当に
Really?
苗は見たこ
You
とない
never seen that before?
ない
No.
私はあ
I
る
have. Or I feel like I have.
気がす
It
る
might have just been a dream.
夢だったかもしれないけど苗の心にも
But a flower will
ちゃんと
bloom
咲く
in
よ
your heart too.
お花
Aye.
それまではね
Until then,
置いていか
you'll
れた
feel
ことを
lonely
寂しく
about
思い
being
なが
left
ら
behind.
そ
And
の
you'll
傷を
carry
抱
that
えなが
wound
ら
with you.
同時にあ
At
り
the
が
same
とうって
time,
感謝
you
し
have
て
to live every day
毎
to the
日を生き
fullest,
ていかなきゃ
grateful that you can.
そうしたら
If you
苗
do
がダル
that,
ニャンと再
someday,
会したみたい
you
に
might suddenly bump
Mata
into
battali.
them somewhere,
どこかで
like
会え
you
るか
did
もし
with
れないでしょ
Darunyan.
天国にいるお父さんとも
Even
Ay,
my
look,
daddy
Anna.
up in heaven?
会えるよ
Yeah,
きっと
I'm sure.
Rumiho looks straight into my eyes and says this decisively.
どう
So,
私の目は
do my
嘘
eyes
をつ
look
いて
like
るよう
I'm
に見える
lying?
ルミホお姉ちゃんは
Yeah.
嘘をついて
You're
る。
definitely lying.
でも
But
優しい嘘だね。
it's a gentle lie.
でしょ？
See?
ダルニャンも
I'm sure Darnyan's
嘘つい
lying
てる。
too.
男の人って
I could
嘘を
tell
つ
he
くの
was
が
lying
下手だ
just
か
from
ら
your story.
私
Men are bad at
苗の
telling
話を
lies.
聞いて簡単に見抜けちゃった。
Ryumiho smiles mischievously.
同人誌を買いに行かせた
Telling
り
you
と
to
か
buy doujinshi.
教えた
Telling
電
you
話
the
番号
wrong
を
phone
間違えた
number.
とか
Joking around and
いちいち軽い
taking
言動と
everything
か
so casually.
苗を巻き込みた
It's
くないって
completely
思ってる
obvious
の
that
が
he doesn't want
バ
you
レバレ
getting
だよ。
mixed up into whatever he's involved with.
そうなの？
Really?
ダルニャンは苗
Darnyan
がそ
must
の
have
空腹の
been
人た
worried
ちに
about
捕
you
まっちゃっ
getting
た
caught
時
up
の
by
ことを考
these
えてたん
agents.
じゃないかな。もし番号を知ってた
If you
ら
had his phone number,
苗もダ
he'd
ルニャン
think you
の
were
仲
an
間だと思われ
accomplice
て
and do terrible
いろ
things
いろ
to
ひどい
you.
ことをされてたかもしれない。だからあえて間違
That's why
っ
he
た番
told
号
you
を
the
教
wrong
えた。
number.
私の
Or
推測でし
at
かない
least
けど
that's my
ね。
guess.
I see. So he might have done it on purpose. Is it because he doesn't trust me? Or because he wants to protect me? Or is it whatever I decide it is?
もしかして
If you
ひょっ
drop
こ
by
り
the
ラボに
lab
行ってみたら
unannounced,
ま
you
だ
might
一人で
find
タイム
him
マシ
working
ンを
on
作っ
the
てるか
time
もしれない
machine
よ。
alone.
私はどうしたらいいの？
Then what should I do?
もしダルおじさんがそう思ってるなら
If Dad is really worried about
もう
me,
お父さんのビルには
maybe I
行か
shouldn't
ない
go
方
back
が
to
いいん
Daddy's
だよね。
building.
当事者にはどうやってもなれない
It
まま
sounds
な
like I
んだ。
can't get involved either way.
そうね。
Yeah.
今回
In
に関
regards
して
to
は
everything you've
私
told
も
me,
ダルニャンの考
I
え
feel
と
the
同
same
じ
way
よ。
as Darnyan.
京馬もダルニャンも
It seems Kyoma and
まっとうな
Darnyan
人
have
生を捨
something
て
they
て
need to do,
やろうとしてい
even
る
if
こ
it
とが
means
あるみ
throwing
たいだか
away
ら。
their normal lives.
でも苗、
But you're
あなたは違う。
different, Nai.
お父さんが
As
望
your
んだ
dad
通り
wished,
これ
I
から
want
も
you to live a
普通
normal
に生きてい
life.
ってほしい。少なくとも
At least,
今はね。
for now.
今は
For now.
そう
That's right.
今はまだ
You should
苗
just
は
be
傍
an
観者のま
observer
まで
for
いなさ
now,
い。
Nai.
いつかあなたも
The time will
当事者
come
と
when
して
you'll
決断を
have to
迫
be
られる時が
involved
来る。
in something and make big
でも
decisions.
それは
But
まだ
that's still
先。
in the future.
うん。
Yeah.
Oh,
でも
but
傍観者だからって
just because you're an
関わり合い
observer
になっちゃ
doesn't
ダメ
mean
だ
you
なんて
can't
こと
be
は
involved at
ないん
all.
だよ。
Huh? After saying this, Rumiho stands up from the bed. She gently strokes my head again.
お姉ちゃんの話は
This is the end of
これ
my
でおし
story,
まい
Nya.
ね。
Think it over
あとは
and
自分
choose
で考
what
え
to
て
do
行動す
next
る
on
に
your own.
中学生なら
Even a middle
それくらい
schooler
でき
can
る
do
よ。
that, right, Nya?
お姉ちゃん
Rumiho. There's suddenly a growl from inside me. That reminds me, I haven't eaten since lunch.
お夜食作ってあげるか
I'll
ら
make you some dinner.
まずはお
So
風呂
go
に入っ
take
て
a
く
bath
るにゃ。
first, Nya.
Okay. When I stand up, I give Rumiho a hug.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
これくらいお安い
Don't
ご
mention
用
it,
にゃ。
Nya.
What should I do? That's up to me.
Me too.
Yeah. The next day,
I'll be right back when I get a new beverage.
okay.
You entertain chat.
Eh. I'm not entertaining anymore. I'm just sleepy. Mrah. Same. You had me up until a flower will grow through your scab. Yeah. Oh.
Baby, can you?
What's with them raw in chat?
I don't know.
Fair enough, I guess.
I also said Mrah.
I see.
Yes. I leave home earlier than usual and head to Dad's building before school. You know, like Mrah. I have no idea if Daddy will be there or not. But that doesn't matter compared to being able to take stock of my own feelings. However... Oh no.
Yeah, that checks
Dots. Ugh. Before I could do that, I encountered a very large butt.
Oh, who's there? Is someone there? If you are, I hate to bug you, but could you either push me through or pull me out?
There goes that idea.
Well, hold on, Janji. I thought you weren't coming back.
Daddy's fat legs are flailing around. How long have you been stuck?
I think it's been almost 8 hours. Oh, jeez. They might be nearby, so I couldn't exactly call out for help shaking my gym head. Even if I wanted to give you a good thing, my cell phone's in my pants pocket. I can't grab it like this.
Dots.
If nobody came by, I'd have been dried meat in a couple of days. It was such a wretched death. All of me wept.
I wonder what would have happened if I didn't drop by first thing in the morning.
You might have fallen out, to be honest.
Yeah. I guess I have no choice. You can't do anything without me around. I wonder why. Yesterday, I hated Daru so much, and I felt so frustrated. But after seeing him like this now, all those bad feelings vanished without a trace.
Yeah, sure. Just hurry up and push me or pull me out, please. The pain around my stomach is getting to be too much to bear. Also, I need to use the bathroom, though I wouldn't mind staying like this if you tend to be like a nurse. Oh boy.
No way. I can't believe that this guy would actually do what Rubiho said yesterday. Even now, I can only seriously think of him as a dirty old man. After rescuing Daru, I descend down to Dad's store alone. I sit in the chair that he always sat in. I close my eyes. And I face my own heart. Dots. Thinking back, the last time I spent full days in the store was 2 years ago, when Rumiho came to take me home with her. And when I close my eyes, that summer is the only thing that comes to mind. Until then, I didn't really want to visit this dark and dusty store. I loved my dad, but the store has this weird atmosphere. I don't really like CRT TVs either. It always feels like something scary will appear on them. But that summer was different. This building was so lively and exciting. I had fun spending time here. So naturally, I kept going to visit.
Ah, Nae-chan. Do-do-do.
Nayuri! She was always so lighthearted and warm. Just seeing her face made me happy, and whenever I gave her a big joyful hug, she would gently stroke my head.
Nae-chan. I just bought ice cream. Do you want one?
Wow, thank you! Mayuri was always eating something, and always shared it with me. I think she said her favorite food was fried chicken.
See you again.
See you!
Nae. Stopping by again today, huh? Hey. Hey, yeah. Nae.
Hey ya! Lisa! Dad was always in the store. The part-time girl always seemed to have free time. I really liked the part-time girl's easygoing air.
Hey, part-timer. Don't teach my daughter any weird greetings.
だったら椎名まゆりのトゥットゥルーもダメなんじゃないの
I forgot I was reading Suzuha for a second. Oops. What? Then does that mean Shina Mayuri's toot-doo is off limits too? Yeah, that one's a problem. What does it even mean? Toot-doo means toot-doo, duh.
Yeah.
さあ
Who knows?
でも可愛いよ
But it's cute.
Yes, it is.
そうかそうか。
I see, I see.
だ
Cute,
ったら
huh?
別に使って
Then
もい
go
いんだ
ahead
ぞ
and use it. Oh boy. Toot-doo.
Double toot-doo. Toot-doo! Mayushi desu!
Oh boy.
お父さんトゥットゥル
Oh, oh, that's so cute. Okay. Toot-doo, daddy.
All the toot-doos.
Yes.
おう
Yeah.
トゥ
Toot-toot-toot-doo.
店長って
You're
ほんと
really
娘
nice when it
が甘いね
comes to your daughter, boss.
そんなに甘いなら
If you're that
毎
laid
日
back,
電
why
車
not
買っ
buy
てあげれ
Naya a
ばいいの
bicycle?
に
そりゃダメだ。
Are you kidding
自
me?
転車乗っ
What
て
if she fell
も
off
し
the
転
bike?
んだりし
She
たら
might
どうす
hurt
るんだ
herself.
大怪我しちまうだろうが。
Training wheels to start, buddy.
Yeah.
お父さん過保護すぎだよ
You're overprotective, daddy.
なえ、いいか
I'll tell you what,
中
Naya.
学になった
I'll
ら
buy you
買
one
って
when
や
you
る
start middle
それ
school.
までは我
Just
慢
be
しろ
patient until then.
Occasionally, there would be loud banging from the ceiling, and it'd make daddy really mad.
なんだ
The hell was
また
that?
2階
Are
の
the
連中
pugs on the
騒いでんの
second
か
floor making noise again?
たく落ち着き
They
の
never
ねえ奴
calm
らだ
down.
な
If they
そ
keep
ろ
this
そろ
up,
本
I'm
気で
seriously
追
gonna
い出
kick
して
them
やろう
out.
が
What?
追い出すなんて
Kick them
白状だ
out
よ
would be heartless.
なんだおめえ
What's with you?
岡部たちの
Don't
肩
tell
を
me
持
you're
つのか
siding with Okabe and his pals.
ちょっと騒がしくするの
You
ぐら
can
い
ignore a
さ
little
見
noise,
逃してあ
right?
げてよ
They're on an important
あの
mission
人
right
た
now
ち
that
は
will
今
decide the fate
世
of the
界の
world.
命運に関わる重要な使命に従事してるんだからさ
The fact that she's not even kidding.
ダ
Yeah.
メだこれ
Ha,
バイ
this is
トもすっ
hopeless.
かり岡
Even
部に
our
毒されちまった
part-timer's been corrupted by Okabe.
Daddy would always scowl at the noise from the floor above. He got mad and threatened to kick them out over and over again. But to me, it never looked like he was serious about it. In the end, he'd always rub his shiny head with his hand and say,
しょうがねえな
What are you gonna do?
こっち
One of them off
一
with
発
a
で許
warning
して
this
やるか
time.
he said this over and over again, with the same gentle smile every time. I liked that place, where Daddy was, where the part-time girl was, where the lively lab members were on the floor above.
You got really quiet at the end there.
Sorry, I might have got quiet. Yeah, I got away.
How dare you? Don't be scared of the mic, it won't hurt you.
No, I was actually plugging my headphones in so they don't die on me. Yeah. Where the part-time girl was, where the lively lab mems were on the floor above. Though I was too scared to ever talk to Uncle Okarin and Uncle Daru directly. My memories of that summer are fun ones, here in this building. That was way more fun than waiting for Dad back at home. Okay. I opened my eyes. I'm back in the workshop, left neglected for 2 years. Sniff. This is bad. I'm tearing up again. Back then, behind all the feelings of fun, I had lots of people protecting me. None of them are left now. But when I close my eyes, it's like I've jumped back in time. I feel as though I can hear everyone's voices.
Jump back in time, you say.
Everyone's watching over me. I dry my tears and try to hold my head up high. When I go up to the lab, Daru's sitting on the sofa looking tired.
姉ちゃん氏
Night-on-chi,
学校は大
don't
丈
you
夫
have
な
school? Running late. Night-chan, are you at morning practice? I overslept and just got to school now. Let me guess. Yamanaka-senpai's super mad. Could you apologize for me?
Oh no. I like the little cow emoji that Mako-chan uses. It's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I checked the time. It's past 8 a.m. I'll definitely be late going from here.
たまに遅刻するぐらい平気
It's fine if I'm late once in a while.
ふーん
Uh-huh.
タルおじさん私昨日はあんなこと言ったけど
I know I said a lot of stuff
Yapari.
yesterday,
手伝って
but
い
is
い
it
か
still
ら
okay if I help?
何にも教えてくれなくていいから
You don't have to tell me anything.
それでもせめてお父さんの
I
テレビを
just
直
want
す
to
の
fix
だ
my
けは
dad's TV.
やらせてほしい
Daru can't repair the 42-inch brown tube TV. That's something that only I can do. Because my body's small. Because I'm a child. Because Daddy taught me how to repair it.
だからお願いします
So, please. I bow my head.
そんなことより
We'll worry
腹
about
が
that
減り
later.
すぎて死
I'm
に
so
そうな
hungry,
わ
I
け
feel
だ
like I'm
が
gonna die.
悪いけどないちゃん
Sorry,
し
but could
ち
you
ょっと
go
買
and
い
do
出し
some
行ってきて
shopping?
くんない
You said being late to
学
school
校
is
遅
fine
刻
anyway,
してもいい
right?
んでしょ
あ
主に
No,
水
and
2
stock up
リットル
on
のペ
water.
ットボトル
I
10
want
本は
about
欲しい
10 2-liter water
体拭くの
bottles.
にも
I need them
ト
to
イレにも
wash
飲
myself.
み水にも
Use
使
the
うから
toilet and
すぐ
drink
なくな
so
る
they
っつう
disappear
か
fast. Please help me out. You can spank me for bothering you if you want. In fact, that's a reward in my world, so I wouldn't mind at all. Shameful. But you want to wipe my body clean too? That's great. You could die happy with a middle schooler taking care for me.
I didn't say anything about that.
太郎おじさんって変態だね。
Daru, you're a pervert.
I'm not a pervert. I'm a gentleman pervert.
そうですか。
I see. I have no idea what he means. It looks like I didn't need to beg though. Daru still considers me a collaborator. Part of me felt relieved at that. By the way, there's no way I can carry 10 2-liter bottles of water, so I only bought 2. I focus on my work in silence, pushing all unnecessary thoughts from my mind. I've gotten pretty used to soldering. The work itself isn't exactly difficult. For the past 2 days, Daru's been working hard on the second floor too. Down on the first floor though, I can't hear his voice or even sense his presence. A few days ago, this probably would have made me uneasy, and I'd go up to the second floor to check on him. But right now, I don't feel any anxiety. I know very well that Daru can't get out of here by himself. It's like he put himself under house arrest. It's strange. 2 years ago, Dad would repair TVs in the store every day. And I would watch. Back then, I didn't think that I would ever follow in his footsteps. But here I am now, repairing a CRT TV just like he would.
Can you bring the mic just a little bit closer to your face? There we go.
Yes.
Because I know
But
you're
here I am.
probably trying to be quiet because it's late, but
Yeah.
still need to hear you.
Hi.
You don't have to reread this, just because I can fix that post, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Even though I don't think I'm ready to get this store up and running again by myself, I'm just happy that, without even realizing it, I had inherited something that Daddy left behind. It's done. I soldered the last spot. I can't make too much noise, so I hold back my urge to shout and pump my fist in victory instead. My work is done.
You didn't put the cover back on yet.
The question is, will the 42-inch TV work now that I've resoldered it? Only if we're lucky. Still. Please, I'm begging you to work. I put the disassembled 42-inch brown tube TV back together. The circuit board goes back into its original location. And I don't forget to tighten the screws. Putting it back together took over an hour. Phew. I think it's back to how it was before. I don't have any leftover screws or anything. It should be fine. Probably. I call up the holes leading to the second floor.
太郎おじさん、太郎おじさん。
Uncle Daru! Uncle Daru! I immediately hear footsteps, and Daru's face appears.
どうしたん？
What's up?
修理。
I finished the repairs.
おお。
Ah,
で、
so
ついた？
does it work?
これから試すところ。
I'm about to test it.
じゃ、やろう。
Alright, go for it.
Okay. What should I do? I'm getting nervous. If it doesn't work, everything I've done until now will be meaningless. Uncle Daru won't be able to send any D-mail. My heart's racing. I take a deep breath. I give Daru the signal with my eyes. Then I plug the power cord into the socket. And I press the power button on the 42-inch TV. The screen lights up.
Let's go.
Though all it shows is static. In that moment, I felt so happy I could jump for joy. I can't help but look over at Daru.
Good job, Nai-chan-shi. I expect nothing less from Sister Brun.
Yeah! It turned on. It works, Daddy. I'm glad. I've done everything that I can to help. I managed to see it through to the end. For about 2 hours afterwards, with nothing else to do, I watched Daru type on his computer keyboard over his shoulder. I have no idea what the programming language on the screen means. It's like a secret code or a magic spell. But Daru's hands haven't stopped moving for a long time. He told me earlier that once he finishes the programming, the time machine will be complete. I'm only watching, but my heart's been beating fast this whole time. I thought time machines only existed in manga or movies.
Visual novels too. Come on.
Hence. But right here, right now, I'm about to see one completed with my own eyes. You've got mail. Wow.
Dear Alice, Lady Alice, if you meet a fat white rabbit, please tell him this, yeah? Let's face off and write on AB again. I'll be waiting for you. Also, say hi to Kyoma. Thanks. No.
Very good. There's no way I can ever tell my friends about this. With one big final tap on the keyboard, Daru stops. It's like he's a pianist.
Mission
complete.
He faces me and grins.
じゃあ、完成
Then, it's finished?
Oh!
Yep.
電話レンジ
Hyped up it. The phone wave version 3.00. Tenochi edition.
なのだぜ。キリ
これが
So this is
タイムマ
a
シン
time machine. It just looks like a microwave oven with a computer cord connected to it. I kind of wish it had more of a wow factor. It looks pretty ordinary.
まあ一応
I tried
僕なり
making
に
it as
2年
faithful
前
of
の電話
reproduction
レン
of
ジ
the
を
original
忠
phone
実に
wave
再
as I
現してみ
could.
たつもり
It still has a door, so that's one problem.
でも2年前だって
Without
結局偶然
invention,
だった
one
わけ
from
だし
2
完
years
璧
ago
な
is
再
pretty
現なん
much
て
your
無理な
luck.
わけだからいざ動かしてみても
Our,
リメ
yeah.
ール送れま
It's not
せ
a
んで
perfect
したって
reproduction,
オチは
so
十
there's a
分あ
chance
り
that
え
it
るっ
won't
つ
send
う
email
か
even when it's activated.
I see. But after all this hard work, I really want it to work.
そもそも電源
haven't
入れ
even
てちゃん
seen
と
if
動
it
くの
turns
か
on
どうか
yet.
も試してないしね
No time like the
ぶっつけ
present.
本番の一
We've
発
only
勝
got
負
one
な
shot
ん
at
で
this
失
gambit,
敗する
so
可
there's a
能
pretty
性も
big
大
chance we'll fail.
成功したらしたっ
And even
て
if it
僕
doesn't
がそれを
work,
見届
if
ける
it,
前に世界
and
線
even
変
if
わっ
it
ちゃ
does
うだ
work,
ろう
we
し
won't be able to see how the world has changed. Yep.
これはひどい
He kinda
なんと
sucks.
いう報
Talk
われ
about
なさ
thankless.
それでも使うんでしょ
But we're still going to use it, right?
当然だ
Well, yeah.
その
I
ために
didn't
これ
seal
まで1
myself
週
up in
間
here
以
for
上
over a
も
week
エ
without
ロ
a
ゲ
roll
我
game
慢
for
してここに
nothing.
こもってたんで長かった
It dragged on for so
長
long.
すぎた
Too long.
人
Humans
に
can
は我
only
慢
be
の
so
限界っていう
patient.
のがあるんだましてや可愛い
On top of
ジェシー
that,
に
I had a
何度
cute
もお
middle
尻を
school
もみ
girl
もみされ
groping
た
my
ら
butt over
理
and
性が
over.
持つわ
How
け
was I
ないだろ
supposed
う
to
が
stay sane?
同点
Never underestimated Cherry Boy. Oh boy.
Oh goodness. Eek. That was scary. Why'd he suddenly get so mad?
あんまり大声出したら外の黒服に気づかれ
If
ちゃ
you
う
shout
よ
too loud, the agents outside will notice.
させん
My bad.
What's a cherry boy anyway? Don't worry. No.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Naya.
それでいつ使うの
So, when are we going to use it?
No.
今日
Today.
Huh? This is really sudden.
Is it?
Using it on the day it's finished?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I suppose that's only natural.
There you go.
It was built solely to send email after all. And Daru's being pursued by bad people. It's a miracle that the agents outside haven't found us yet. We don't have time to take this slowly. I wonder if he'll let me send an email too. I can't really do much if he doesn't. Maybe I should just remain a simple collaborator. Besides, Daru probably doesn't want me getting too deeply involved. So,
送る D メールは
We'll be
僕
sending
の
two
分とナイちゃん
emails.
氏の
Mine
分
and
で
yours.
計2通
eh?
1通目を送った
The
時点
people
で
outside will probably
外で見合
notice
って
when
る
we
連
send the
中が
first
僕ら
one.
の存
Be
在に
pure
気
luck
づく
whether
は
we
ず
can
だ
send
を
the second or
2 通
not.
目を送る余裕があるかどうかは運次第なわけナイちゃん氏
Are you okay with
そ
that,
れでもい
Nai-chan-chi?
い
Oh, yeah.
いいなら誰
Alright
宛てに
then.
送るか
Tell
教
me who
え
you
て
want to send it to.
Daru looks at his PC monitor.
先に打ち込んど
I'll
く
type
か
it
ら
in
さ
beforehand.
私が送っていい
It's
の
okay for me to send one?
だが断
If you're
る
feeling
って言
all,
って
but I
も OK
refuse, that's okay
ナイちゃん
too.
氏が好き
It's
に
your
選べ
choice.
ばいいよ
Whatever you want.
That's... So it's okay to send one.
メール自体は
The
ナ
message
イちゃん
itself
氏
will
の
be
携
sent
帯
from
から
your
電
cell
話レ
phone
ンジ
through
を
the
経由
phone
して
wave.
送るを全角
Be
18文字
careful.
まで
You
し
can
か
only
送れ
send
な
up
い
to
から
18
気を
full
つけ
with
て
characters. Twice as many hath with.
Who should I send my D-mail to? Mayuri? Suzuha? Uncle Okarin? No. There are things I want to say to the lab mems, of course. But more importantly, there's one person who I want to reach more than anyone else. Daddy.
決めた
I've decided. After telling Uncle Daru my dad's cell phone number, he types it into the computer. I take out my phone to write my message. What do I want to say to him? There are so many things. But I can only send 36 characters. What do I want to tell Dad more than anything else right now? Dots. Dear Dad, I'm doing well. Please don't worry. This is the best I can do with the limited number of characters. But I feel as though it's more than enough.
ダルおじさん
I'm
できた
done, Uncle Daru. I hand him my cell phone. Daru takes it and checks the screen.
それで大丈夫かな
Is it okay?
うん
Yeah.
バッチリだと
Looks good
思
to
わ
me.
れじゃあ
Alright,
電話レンジ
then.
にメー
I'll
ルを
input
送
the
れるように
address
ア
so
ドレ
the
スを
phone
入
wave can
力し
send
て
your
と
message.
Just then, Daru's big belly growls loudly.
Oh,
No.
腹減
I'm
った
hungry.
買っておいた差し入れもう残ってないの？
Is all the food I bought gone already?
昨日の夜に全部
I
食べ
finished
尽
it
く
off
した
late
件
last
につい
night.
てキリ
夜に食べたら太るよ。
You get fat if you eat late at night.
だがそれがいい
But that's the best time.
あ、そうだ
Oh, I know.
悪いんだけど泣いちゃ
Sorry,
うしさ
but could you go
また
shopping
買い
again?
出ししてきてくんない？
What? I had a feeling.
まあこれが
I guess it will
ま
be
で
my
の
last day
最
in
後の晩
Akiba.
餐になるっぽい。電話レンジ起動さ
When
せ
the
た
phone
ら
wave
ビルが
activates,
す
the
げえ
building
揺
shakes
れ
like
るから
crazy.
ね。
The folks
外の
outside
連
will
中に
notice
気づ
faster
かれ
than
る
you
の
burp
は
after
コーラを
chugging
飲
a
んだらゲッ
cola.
プが出るより確実だ。
ダルおじさん。
Uncle Daru.
つうわけで
There's
その
no way
前
I'll
に
be
腹
able
ご
to
し
run
らいし
away
とか
from
な
them
い
on an
と
empty
逃げられ
stomach.
んしょ。
Daru grins and hands me 2,000 yen notes.
つうわけで
That should
夜
cover it.
おじさん、私。
Daru, I...
できればピザ頼みたいと
I
ころ
wish we
なん
could
だ
order
けどさ。
pizza, but the
さすが
delivery
にそ
guy
んな
would
のし
make
たら
that.
バレバレだし。
Yeah, would make that would way too obvious. Okay, sure.
I think we need to eat the second wood.
じゃな
Don't
く
eat
て、
wood.
Don't. Yeah, good point. That's not what I get this feeling.
タイムマシンはいつ動かすの？
When are you activating the time machine?
ナイちゃん氏が帰ってき
After you
て
come back,
飯
once
食
you've
ったら
eaten.
始め
Why?
ますが何か。
Daru answers with his usual casual attitude.
そう。
I see. That's... I couldn't bring myself to ask any more questions. But somehow I knew. I knew what Uncle Daru was planning to do.
ん？どうしたん？
What is it?
Nothing. I stand up and extend my hand to Daru.
おじさん、
Daru,
握手し
would
て
you
く
shake
れ
my
ます？
hand?
いいで
Of
すとも。
course.
Daru wipes the sweat from his hand onto his shirt, then grasps my hand. It's still sweaty. And way bigger than mine.
おー。
Whoa. A real life handshake with a middle school girl. I'm a real
僕は
winner
今まさ
now.
に勝ち組となった。
He's got this creepy look on his face. Read the room, Daru. I let go of Daru's hand and head to the bathroom. We have to go into the rear building through the small bathroom window if we want to get outside without the agents noticing. But Daru can't get through that tiny window by himself. There are only two methods for Daru to get out on his own. He can break the second floor window facing the street and jump. Or he can open the front door and brazenly walk out.
じゃあ、買い出しに行ってくる。
I'll go shopping now.
オキドキ。
Okie
気
dokie.
をつけ
Be
て。
careful.
ねえ、ダルおじさん。
Hey, Daru.
Hmm.
Thoughts.
ダルおじさんは嘘が下手だね。
You're a bad liar.
Huh?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
なんでもない。
Nothing. Forget it. I smile and wave my hand. And close the bathroom door. Goodbye, Uncle Daru. As always, I exit the rear building with a nonchalant look on my face. Then I walk around to the front of Dad's building. suddenly look around and confirm that the agents are watching today too. They really are here every day. It's possible that they already knew Daru and I were inside the whole time. Just thinking about it gives me chills. I decide to head to this train station. Ever since I started holding up in that lab with Daru, I've been eating unhealthy stuff like snacks and convenience store meals. I consider getting us something healthy for a change. But I decide to just go with the usual. By the time I've decided on that, I've walked up to the park. Behind me, I hear men shouting. I turn around as fast as I can. The agents from before are running into the street. They seem to be in a huge rush. I saw it too. In the lab that I just left, the lab that Daru should still be in, the window facing the street was shining with a bluish-white light. Huge flashes of light are coming from inside.
Time machine.
The time machine. I had a feeling. As I thought, I'm just a helper. As I thought, I'm just an observer. I'm not truly involved. Daru never wanted that. I understood that. When Daru asked me to go shopping for him, he was trying to be gentle about it. I didn't stand up to his lie. I don't know if the time machine worked, or if the demo was sent to the past. I'm not allowed to see for myself. Cool. The lab window breaks, and there's a small explosion. White smoke billows out from inside. What's happening? Did Daru do that, or did the time machine explode in an accident? Of course, this is Daru, so he might have set something up like that up without me knowing. I tell myself that must be it.
One can hope.
Agents are rushing into Dad's building.
ねえ、タルおじさん。
Hey, Uncle Daru. I watch everything unfold from a little ways away.
もし私が買い出しに行きたくないってわがまま言ったら、
If I refused to go shopping,
どうして
what would you have done? I clench my hand into a fist, crumpling the 2,000 yen notes. Then I realize that these two bills are the only connection I have to Daru. In other words, I don't even have proof that Daru was here. He really was like Alice's white rabbit, but a really fat one.
Stop with the fat shame, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I start tearing up. But I try to leave the area before the agents notice me. I'll return these 2,000 yen notes next time we meet, Daru. It's been 2 weeks since Daru disappeared. After the raid, a small fire broke out in Dad's building and fire trucks raced to the scene. But Daru had vanished from the building without a trace. Not just him, the time machine we slaved away on for more than a week was nowhere to be found either. It's not like it burned up in the fire. There wasn't so much as a trace of it left. It was as though it were never there. The agents may have taken it away. Or... Daru told me, if I recall, if a D-mail is sent successfully, the world line may change, and it would be as though the message was never even sent. But I still remember the week I spent with that fluffy white rabbit.
I see what you
Hua
did
hua
there.
usagi.
I see what you did there.
I love bunnies. Which must mean that the Gmail transmission failed? Or even if the Gmail was sent, it didn't make it so my time in the lab with Uncle Daru never happened. Several days later, my cell phone was mailed back to me by an unknown sender, but there was no record that it ever sent the Gmail. Looking back now, I start to wonder if those 9 days were actually a dream or some sort of hallucination. Thoughts. Once summer vacation started, my team activities were so intense, I wasn't able to come here at all. Today marks exactly 2 weeks, so I decided to stop by. Up close like this, it looks pretty terrible. The second floor window is broken. I'm sure the inside of the lab is even worse. But for now, I don't have any plans to repair it. Uncle Yukitaka offered to pay for it, but I declined, saying that I don't have anything to do there anyway. Of course, I do want to fix it up someday. That way, the lab mims can come back whenever they want. But right now, I actually want to leave it like this. If the building was repaired, it would feel like the days I spent with Daru never actually happened.
Fair.
I really couldn't stand him, even at the end, but it is kind of lonely with him gone. That's made it a lot harder to really get into my club activities. I look around. The agents aren't here today. I don't know if today's just a fluke or if they disappeared with Daru 2 weeks ago. They might have left because they captured him, or maybe because he was on the run and they're still after him. All sorts of possibilities spin around inside my head. But this is Daru we're talking about. I bet he's running around, coughing and wheezing out of breath. I can't help but laugh just imagining it. Just then, a small scrap of paper blowing in the wind gets caught on my foot. I casually pick it up. It's crumpled up and the handwritten letters on it are barely readable, probably because it got wet. I can tell it says Future Gadget Laboratory on it. This was stuck to the mailbox next to the stairs. It was only attached using tape or something, so it must have finally fallen off. I don't really want to take this down. Maybe I should write up another one and put it up there. Thinking it over, I walk over to the mailbox. There, I notice something. Ah! The mailbox for the first floor, the brown tube workshop, has a letter inside. When did it arrive? Today? Yesterday? A week ago? Or even... I've been here tons of times over the past 2 years, but when was the last time I actually checked inside the mailbox? I don't remember. Since I ran into Uncle Daru, I haven't used these stairs once. Naturally, I never would have checked the mailbox. It could even be a bill from the electric company or water company. These thoughts enter my head as I open the mailbox and take out the letter. I look at the addressee. Oh! My breath catches in my throat. This is addressed to me. It doesn't have a post office stamp on it. So someone put it in here directly. I look at the back of the envelope, but the sender hasn't written their name. But looking at the lettering, I instantly know who it belongs to. There's no way I could forget.
お父さんの字だ。
This is Daddy's handwriting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. My fingers tremble as I hold the letter. Could this letter be here because Daru sent my D-mail? Did Dad read my D-mail and write a reply? I managed to stay my trembling hands long enough to unseal the letter. Inside is a single piece of paper. Written is a short and blunt message. I can't stop my tears from overflowing. But these aren't my usual crybaby tears.
お父さ
Daddy. These are tears of joy. So I don't need to hold back.
ん、ありがと
Thank you. I look up at the sky. The blue sky peeking between buildings is blurred by my tears. It's well into summer. 2 years have passed since then.
う。私は元気でやってるよ。
I'm living a good life.
だから見守っていて
So
ね。
please, watch over me. Right, I should call Rumiho. I need to tell her that what she said wasn't a lie. I was able to meet my daddy again, so I'm sure I'll see the lab mims again somewhere too. I just have a feeling.
じゃあまた来るね。
I'll come back soon. I whisper to Daddy's building. Then I walk off towards the station as the midsummer sun shines down onto Akihabara.
So, how was being a main character?
What I was made for. It was fun. I know we said we were like, oh, it's probably gonna be a little goofy, but it was actually pretty serious.
Yeah.
It was surprisingly serious.
I mean, it is the last world line or scenario, so it makes sense too.
That's true. But it was sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Naya is a good queen.
He is. Just a little.
Oh, he is. Also, like, Ferris being a big sister makes me so happy. I love Ferris so much.
Ferris is good. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what you said. The, credits music is really loud.
Yeah, it is really loud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can take it out.
Good idea.
Hi.
喉の片隅に置き去りの記憶たち
Oh, graphic. I'm reading the katakana.
Good job.
Practice.
In-game movie. Story point.
Penogram.
BGM.
Background music.
Yep.
Yes. シスタント。うるせえ。
Oh, debugging.
Debugging.
Yeah.
Lights.
Packaging design.
Packaging design.
Nikki Shin. Font. Fonts, probably.
Oh,
Science printer. Nitro Plus. My PB.
The 5 powered and games. English desu. Ego desu.
Ego Jozu.
Ego jozu.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, it was
Okay,
that
good.
was sweet. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It was interesting with like it mostly just being like Nyandaru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some Ferris as a treat too, but yeah.
Some Nyanya as a treat.
Kind of a little meow meow as a treat.
Mhm.
Do not put in mouth. Not that type of treat. I go head pats for myself. There we
Much
go.
meow meow.
I didn't want to tap out of the game just for the head pats and then like fuck everything over, so
Oh yeah.
I didn't feel like that kind of risk.
That's okay. Ooh, it's EP hours.
Yep, I'm gonna raid Violet Mars. They are currently playing Apex because addiction.
A pepe.
A Pepe.
A pepe.
It's also been a while since I've raided Mars, so.
Yeah. That's true.
But yeah, it was a pleasure having you as my co-host for Steins Gate. I appreciate you taking over reading over the actual child because I would not have done that very well at all.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, do you have any parting words for chat?
I'm so tired.
Me too, bestie, me too.
Mostly that. If you're still here, have a good night. Please get some sleep. Like us. Yeah. Steins Gate.
Steins Gate.
Hell yeah. I love Steins Gate so
good.
much. Yes. So it does mean a lot that I got to be in one of your Steins Gate videos. Yeah. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. Cool. And remember how to pronounce soldering. That is all.
Yeah. All right. Until next time, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I cannot hear Mars's stream at all. Wow. Hello. Oh, there we go. Okay. I, like, out of force of habit, like, changed my, like, audio output to my speakers, but then when I tried changing it back to my headphones, it didn't work. I don't know why, but we're good now.
Oh, okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Meow.
Oh, now I'm finally gonna look at the mecha anime list that Bear sent.
Yeah. I'll look at that too.
The first one is Evangelion.
I'm not surprised.
Amazing.
Specifically
I still need to finish
3.0.
Evangelion.
I haven't even started it. Robotics Notes. That
yes.
is literally Steins Gate World. Yeah, it's literally Steins Gate. That specific Code Geass.
Yeah. I started it. I don't know, man. I had trouble finishing it. It got to a point where it was just kind of dragging. I love like the characters though, but I was like, I'm starting to get bored. Oh no. Aquarian Evil looks interesting. Mostly because there's like what looks like an angel boy on cover. Look, Angel the Flower of Rinne. Huh. Interesting. Mov Love Alternative. Goodbye, that's such a funny name.
Casually can uninstall Steins Gate Linear Bounded Phenogram.
Mm.
Like, there's always, like, looking at the extras, but I can reinstall it and look at the extras, like all the other Steins Gate, so not worried about that.
No.
I guess I could also uninstall Taisho Alice Episode 1, because we did that.
Oh, true.
Apparently there's 2 achievements that I didn't get. Now I'm curious. Hello. Read all the stories. Finish reading all scenarios. Did we not?
Oh, weird.
Oh, we didn't read all possible scenarios with Cinderella because we got the happy end so easily.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, oh well. I don't feel like being that much of a completionist.
That's fair.
Well, meow meow meow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Oh, excuse me.
Me too. Me too, for real, for real. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow. I hope you can listen to the Valkyrie album sooner than later.
Yes. Oh my goodness, God bless. Good image. It's just a CD from like the silly like Otome style game. But it's just Ferris receiving head pats. It's really good.
Mm.
Ferris Nyan Nyan do be Ferris. So true.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Oh,
Oi,
head
yeah.
pat's very good.
Yes.
Is that from My Darling's Embrace? Because we haven't come across
Yes,
that.
it is.
Yeah, okay. You have that one,
Yes.
right?
I don't remember if I actually bought it. Did I? Wait, let me
I
check.
think you did. But I could be wrong. I don't look at your Steam library. But if you do, then I would be interested in having that being one of the games I download if things work well with me getting things from your Steam library.
Yeah.
My PP is mixed.
Meow.
Meow.
We should probably go so we can get ready for bed.
I have OnStars to play, but yes, you are right.
And OnStars.
I have a Ritsu to get.
You sure heckin' do.
I'm still alive.